Test my mic here. All right, seems like the audio's all good. So we are under pressure this morning with your NASDAQ and Russell 2000 gapping down on the session. QQQ coming in hot and heavy. Looks like it wants to retest that wide range red bar low and potentially go lower. Nasty. Nasty little sell. Some of our top gainers on the New York Stock Exchange. You got AKA pushing to the upside here. Very, very strong gap up. Let's look at some of these. GWH yet again trying to push to the upside. Getting some follow through. Closing at 905, gapping up to 1152. What else you got? MP Materials continuing to show its strength. So beautiful consolidation, breakout, continuation today. So MP is acting very, very resiliency in rare earth. So considering consistently seeing money flowing into these rare, looking at CRML here, crazy mover. Look at that move, closing at 23, gapping up to 31. That is just friggin' crazy. So from 584 in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 days, 440%. Holy moly, talk about FOMO. That's crazy. So China tensions still escalating regarding rare earths. So shares of critical metals Corp CRML led the rally, surging 27.4% after the black box stocks merger target Realloys Inc. signed a letter of intent for a 10-year offtake agreement with the firm on Monday. Realloys plans to buy 15% of the expected rare earth concentrate from critical metals. Tambry's project. Crazy. Chinese rare earth magnet firms face stricter export license scrutiny ahead of new controls. This one's probably going to get some big profit taking today, guys. CRML. It's probably going to get the amount of profit taking. It's going to be pretty extended, jumping off of the chart, but nevertheless, it is a ripper. It's a ripper. Polaris PII reporting earnings. That stock is gapping up on the session from 61, trying to break out on the daily. Uh, nice move for Polaris. PII could probably at least run to 67, 68 this morning. Looks like $72 is your upside target for PII. What is the news on PII? Polaris shares are trading higher for the company announced it will divest its majority stake in Indian motorcycle Carolwood. Ooh. PII. Let's see what else we got moving. Albertson Company, ticker ACI. That's seeing some strength off of the lows into its earnings report. So bouncing quite nicely. GRND Grinder seeing some money flow this morning. I think there was a news yesterday potentially taking the company private. So that's acting quite well. Let's see. BSM, Blackstone Mineral. Not too familiar with that name, but we can take a peek at it. HII, Huntington Ingalls. It's a nice little move to the upside today. Let's see what the news is on Huntington Ingalls. Not really seeing any sort of news. We look at our financials. Our financials are acting quite well across the board. $586. So we look at financials and financials reporting earnings this morning. JP Morgan was holding steady, but the market's just seeing a little bit of distribution. So JP Morgan now coming in just a touch, but they did report nice little double beat. You also had Wells Fargo. So JP Morgan reported 46.4 billion in revenue, $5.07 EPS. It's a double beat. Wells Fargo here gapping up. One of your stronger financials this morning reporting 21.43 billion, 1.66 EPS. Let's look at Goldman Sachs GS this morning, also double beat, 15.18 billion, 12.25 billion EPS. gapping down a little bit. So you can see the mixed price action. BlackRock also reporting revenue of 6.5 billion, EPS 11.55, double beat. Stock is coming under a little bit of pressure. Let's look at Citigroup this morning. Citigroup double beat 22.09 billion. 2.24 EPS. You can see the stock is gapping up. So again, across the board, financials are having pretty mixed price action. If you look at what happened on XLF, it didn't really have as much of a bounce as the major indices yesterday. And you can see XLF is slightly lower, still retesting that EMA 113. Looks like the markets in certain sectors maybe want to try to sweep those low pivots that were created on that Friday dump and sell off. So we'll continue to watch that. J&J, Johnson Johnson, a very, very important metric to the S&P 500 and XLV healthcare stocks. J&J reporting earnings, 23.99 billion, beat on revenue, beat on EPS, 2.8 EPS. The stock is under a little bit of pressure in the pre-market, but not much across the board. Looking at Domino's, Domino's also reported earnings as a double beat across the board. The stock going into earnings was absolutely crushed, and now it's gapping up quite intensely, closing at 408, gapping up to 415. 1.15 billion revenue, 4.08 EPS. So in terms of the earnings, I mean, there's not really that big of movement that I'm seeing. Again, Albertson ACI also a double beat across the board. So overall, the earnings reactions are fairly steady across the board. All right, let's see what else we got going here. Let's go through some of our top losers in the New York Stock Exchange. Just doing my scan right now. Let's look at some of these eVTOL stocks. ACHR, Archer Aviation was looking pretty decent, gapping down this morning with the weak market. Let's look at Joby, JOBY. Not looking too good. Build-A-Bear, BBW. That one's under a little bit of pressure this morning. Chart pattern still looks somewhat bearish. Let's look at NIO here. NEO continuing to see some distribution, closing at 718, gapping down. So China stocks still remain fairly weak on the back of this tariff news. You know, you had BABA bounce tremendously yesterday. It is down quite sharply again in the pre-market, down by about $6 or just over 3%. So if we look at some of these China names, again, everyone was FOMOing on China. They were squeezing to the high side, and now they're starting to come in quite sharply. So I think that there's going to be a bit of a buying opportunity at some point, but we just need to be careful that these trade talks and tensions with China and the US don't escalate too sharply. I know we've had our eye on JD, and I might be interested in picking up JD, but again, we've just been patient, and I'm glad I didn't chase this breakout because that's a pretty sharp fall from 36 all the way down here. So JD, another one that's under a bit of pressure this morning. Let's look at TME. 10-cent music has been quietly grinding itself lower. You know, it started its sell-off before the other China names. Right now, it's also gapping down. I do have a long level on TME. It's going through a nice amount of consolidation, a touch lower, and I'd get very interested in potentially taking a stab on the long side of this name. I think that they're going to want to target this weekly breakout candle. You can see you had a nice 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks of selling, bouncing a little bit, but as long as you hold this weekly impulse candle, this could still technically be bought, but I want to see how much consolidation we get there. Obviously, if you look at Yang, that was a crazy mover on Friday. It's still kind of in the mid-range of that wide range green bar candle, so we'll have to watch and see what happens there. If we look at the Hang Seng here, chart, we will go with, you can see the Hang Seng has been going through a pretty nasty sell-off over the last few trading sessions. What is it, 7 days of selling now? But you're still off of that lower boundary pivot from Monday, so we'll see what happens there. All right, let's keep going through some news catalysts and charts. CMI Cummins is under pressure this morning. Interesting. And just see if there's news on this ticker. And again, you still have rare earth metals ripping while the broad market is falling sharply. All right, let's see what else we got going on. Oscar, OSCR, seeing a little bit of volume here in the pre-market, down about 5% here. Just take a peek. I know J&J reported earnings, so that's what could be weighing on an Oscar, is just simply the weakness in the healthcare sector to this morning on the back of J&J earnings. Goldman Sachs initiates coverage on Oscar Health with neutral rating, announces price target of $17. Okay, so that's kind of a downgrade. Really, it's not that positive a headline considering the target is lower. So Goldman Sachs kind of hitting Oscar this morning, gapping down a little bit. Obviously, the whole market's weak. All right, so another day where this GWHS tech is ripping. Very, very strong move. Trying to retest those highs. It looks like this has momentum to try to sweep that high pivot, but it's probably going to work out something like APLD, where APLD had that gap up sell off and then a big retest of the highs. That's what I'm kind of expecting for this GWH, guys. I think that it's going to press for the highs again, and then you're going to see a little bit of reversal off of that high. That same seller that kept it in check there is probably going to sell into that position yet again. MP Materials continuing to shake and move, pushing to the upside yet again on the back of tighter export controls, tensions between China and US. Big Bear AI, seeing some positivity in the pre-market here. Interesting. BBAI gapping up yet again, almost into that symmetrical move target. But again, this pattern is not looking bad. You got an inverted head and shoulders that has triggered on the daily chart, but you haven't confirmed it yet. So it is on watch for a potential continuation confirm. If you get that confirmed candle today in a weak market, that is exceptionally bullish. So if BBAI holds up this morning and gives us that confirmed breakout, that would be very, very bullish, and it likely yields quite a bit more upside. I mean, we're talking about 470 to 8, almost a $4 move to the upside. So that would take us to about 12 over 12 bucks, 12.50. So there's quite a bit of juice to squeeze out of that name if it confirms today. So we'll see if it can hold that relative strength. I'll be watching that throughout the course of the session. Let's look at some of these other movers. QBTS still has been a relentless beast to the upside. Huge move yesterday, up 23%. Still positive in the pre-market. Quite impressive to see. SMR down just a little bit, a few percentage points. Let's look at uranium here, URA. Interestingly enough, uranium has been one of the stronger commodities in the market, just absolutely blasting through key technical resistance. The volume is getting immense up here. Immense. Let's continue to look through some of our other commodities, and then we'll jump through some more individual names. You look at gold. Gold is reversing off of the highs this morning, piercing 41.80. That is insane. No, I stand corrected. It was 41.79 the high. 41.79. Holy moly. That's crazy. I personally started buying gold when it was around 1300. Yeah, I personally started buying back here in 2019 gold and accumulating physical. I'm a firm believer that you need to have 10% of your net worth, but I'm even tempted to. I personally have sold a little bit of the gold pot, the physicals, but it's just been crazy this run. 41.05. I mean, look how many weeks of upside. Insane, eh? Trader 586 wanting to look at dust. We'll take a look at dust momentarily. Let me just go through some of these other commodities so we have a bit of a pulse on the market as to what is selling. Again, you always want to look at, is the main indices selling or commodities rallying, or is everything selling? Because if everything is selling, that sets up for quite a bit of potential downside when the market opens. Nat gas is selling this morning. It's looking ready and close to backtest that 20-day moving average. Chart pattern is still holding okay, but getting a little bit dicey here, you know. The daily chart trend is breaking out to the upside, but that weekly chart trend, you still have what in place? High, lower high, low, lower low. So the weekly chart is certainly getting a little bit iffy here. It really needs to firm up, or we run the risk of really falling quite a bit lower on the overall weekly trend. But we'll see how nat gas can react during this building season. It's looking at crude oil. Crude oil is also down on the session sharply, 2.1%. So here we have a broad market sell-off occurring. You have weakness in indices, you have weakness in commodities, you have weakness in yields, which mean bonds are ripping. So that is something that you need to be mindful of. But crude oil into a pretty big level. I like this parallel channel. You're still inside of this wide range red bar. You're at the lower boundary support area. And you're retesting this wide range green bar candle where you broke out of a little bit of a bearish consolidation. So believe it or not, there is some support here on crude oil. It's tempting to try to take it long for a bit of a bounce. I would have liked to see a little bit more of a sweep of this candle. Granted, you have, you know, traded a couple hours below that area, but I'll be watching some energy stocks maybe for a bit of a potential reversal, but crude is looking exceptionally weak. Honestly, the way crude oil is trading is looking like there's sort of a demand destruction occurring under the hood of this economy. Crude oil often falls twice as fast as the main indices. Let's look at silver real quick. So silver also coming in pretty sharply, down 3.3%. That's a nasty reversal on silver. What is the weekly formation candle looking like? We all know what type of candle that is, right? And it does look like silver just might be putting in what? A little bit of an all-time high failed breakout. Obviously, you've had a massive weekly sweep of that previous 2011 high pivot. If they push silver below that 49.97 area, that could be a failed breakout on the weekly chart. We will certainly see what happens there. All right, so we've looked at some of the commodity. Let me just do a quick copper check and then we'll look at that dust chart. So copper, HG futures. Yeah, copper also under a little bit of pressure, down 3.65. So you're seeing a complete sell-off this morning yet again in the major equities. You got gold down, nat gas down, crude oil down. You got Bitcoin and crypto getting absolutely slapped around like it's nobody's business. Bitcoin down 3.78%. Ethereum, look at ETH down 7% now. Holy moly, getting crushed. So equities and commodities are certainly seeing some distribution signals, and you are seeing bonds. Bonds are also getting accumulated in full force today as interest rates are falling sharply lower. Looks like the 2-year yield wants to take out this critical area. The big area that I'm watching for is this key wide range green bar impulse candle. When are we going to sweep this area? Perhaps it's today, You do have Federal Reserve Jerome Powell speaking this morning, a little bit later, actually, I think around 12:20. So that will be interesting to watch. Hmm. All right, to trader 586 wants to look at dust. DUST. Yeah, so this is the gold miners, the bear. So it's a short on I believe it's a short on GDX. Yeah, so that's coming in sharply. I mean, if we look at GDX, GDX has been remarkably extended here. It's gapping down quite nicely. Same thing with SILJ, Silver Juniors, gapping down. So I certainly think that there's a short. We just need to be mindful that these are still in raging bull markets. And yes, they're very extended on a deviation metric. So they can come in pretty sharply, but there's a lot of people that still want to buy the dip in gold and silvers. But if you're wanting to take some swing positions long on dust, not a bad area to do so. I think that after a little bit of a dip, depending on even if we get one, this is probably a decent buy. I mean, look at the volume down here. Crazy, eh? You've just been having such a major capitulation bottom as people are saying, screw that, get me out of this gold short. And it certainly has traded enough volume to potentially make a little bit of a reversal off of the lows. That's for sure. But gold really isn't negative that much when you look at the market as a whole. But definitely into an area that for at least a dead cat bounce, yeah, it makes a lot of sense to try to short. All right, let's keep scrolling through here, guys. So really, I'm gonna watch to see if Wells Fargo goes negative today. You do have financials, broadly speaking, under a bit of pressure. JP Morgan down just about 1%, but Wells Fargo is up sharply, up 3.5% here. And I think that this one's probably going to make a reversal back down. It's going to be very tough if the whole entire financial sector remains weak. It's going to be tough for this name to really hold steady when XLF is seeing some net distribution across the board. All right, let's see what else we got going. Let's look at UNH real quickly. So United Health saw that nasty down day, big bounce yesterday, and now it is seeing some more sell side pressure on the back of J&J. So that is still coming in decently here. All right, let's look at some of the most active stocks. LAC guys, so lithium stocks have just continued to be relentless, seeing buy the dip, buy the dip. It is off of the highs, under a little bit of pressure here in the pre-market, but still acting quite well. Still holding that daily 7 moving average, but getting a little bit choppy here. We'll see if it wants to crack that 7-day moving average. Looking at SES, this has been one of the strongest stocks in the market. It has just been tearing to the high side. You can see it put in that daily chart, topping tail, and then it's like, hell no, that ain't my top. Just eating through those shorts like it's nobody's business. And you can see this weekly chart breakout on SES. Is it getting extended? Absolutely. The upside target, though, based off of this little inverted head and shoulders, is pretty insane. I mean, you look at this move and it could head to 448, 450. Um, that is the technical upside, but I would not be surprised to see this name uh, give back some of those profits. Same thing with MP Materials. Obviously, you have some positive news in the headline yesterday and today. You have continued strains in the relationship, but I would not be surprised to see some of these stocks reverse a little bit lower to see some profit taking. It's probably going to be, a lot of people have been positioned ahead of the news catalyst this morning, but this is probably going to see a little bit of sell side pressure just with the market. Let's look at QuantumScape real quick. So QS, that chart has been remarkably strong as well, testing an 8.77 billion market cap. Very strong session yesterday, under a little bit of pressure this morning, but still holding up quite well. Let's look at ticker PATH, PATH. Yeah, PATH is also coming in quite sharply. Let's look at Broadcom. Broadcom had the announcement yesterday from OpenAI They're continuing recycling that headline. That is starting to come in just a little bit. Let's look at some of these other names. Taiwan Semi. Taiwan Semi had a stellar day yesterday, gapping down this morning. AMD was kind of mixed yesterday, was fairly weak on the session. AMD this morning is actually positive, holding steady. Let's look at Micron. Micron this morning is also under a bit of pressure. Interesting. All right, let me look at some of these unusual volume names. Redwire, nothing to do there. Wow, look at some of these other names. KKR. Initially saw nothing really to do there. Let's look at LVS, Las Vegas Sands. Nothing to do there. ZBRA, Zebra Technologies. Nothing to do there. You know, there might be a little bit of a long scalp on DPZ Domino's. Again, holding some strength off of its earnings. This one I'd consider if it's sold back into its 7-day, maybe for a bit of a bounce, but holding some technical structure there. Not too bad. Most volatile. Let's look at ALAB. Yeah, ALAB's chart pattern is not looking good at all. Looks like a Head and Shoulders is on watch for a trigger today. Again, if that triggers, you obviously have quite a bit of downside. There will be some opportunities to buy the dip, but definitely looking pretty weak. Let's look at Bloom Energy. This one has been another one that's just been absolutely a beast. I mean, look at that move. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if this one pushes up intraday, tries to sweep that high pivot. That would be a bit of a short if it swept this high pivot. But not looking too bad. I would expect this one's probably going to get a buy the dip. BE. Interesting. Looking at NVTS this morning. Look at that monster move to the upside, guys. NVTS is just ripping. Absolutely ripping. So NVIDIA soars on progress in 800 VDC power devices for NVIDIA AI platform. Semiconductor company advances in developing medium and high voltage 800 VDS, GaN, and SiC power devices. The technology is designed to support the 800 VDC power architecture recently unveiled by NVIDIA for its next-gen AI factory. So very positive headline there. Very positive headline for Navitas. That is absolutely ripping. That name does not care about any. Crazy. That one could squeeze. Let's see where it is. So it made a high. Again, if you're looking at something long, this one has a ton of momentum behind it this morning. Positive news with NVIDIA. Not a bad one to try to just chase based off of pure momentum. Market cap on this bad boy is NVTS. Just see real quick. Where did you go? Where did you go? 2.72 billion. So not a bad thing to try to chase. I know it's up substantially, but pullbacks are probably going to get bought up on this name just based off of pure momentum. Again, we looked at critical metals already. CRML, guys, is just mind-blowingly intense. I mean, the strength in this name is ridiculous. Look at this. Crazy. And again, it's only a 3.22 billion market cap right now. So you can see it closed yesterday at 2.49. Now it's gapping up hugely. It's roughly 3.2 billion. So it's still a tough short. I wouldn't be surprised if there's some profit taking as well, but what a monster. Hmm. Let's look at the main indices real quick. So it's a pretty nasty gap down for your S&P. Very nasty. I do expect a bit of a buy the dip to occur. As you can see, we're already bouncing quite nicely off of the lows. So your initial support area that the bulls want to maintain above is the 658.13. What I'm watching for is on the hourly chart pattern. Do we maintain structure above the 658.13? That is your value area low for the last couple weeks. If you start losing that 658.13, this becomes a short. And I think it becomes a short down to 646 area. So if you maintain structure above 658.13 on an hourly chart basis, then you can press this long. And then I got to obviously see how it reacts back at this point of control. You had a nice amount of consolidation. Once the market pushed off of that first couple hours, it really went nowhere. It was pinned at that point of control. The volume is all sitting there, but that's kind of what I'm watching is do we maintain structure above that 658? Now there might be a bit of a tradable bounce off of this zone here. If we flush into it hard, right off of the open, but technically speaking, any sort of closes on the hourly chart below the 658.13 is going to be very, very bearish for the market. Very bearish. Again, the market has the tendency to get a lot of dip buying momentum when we gap down. But right now you got weakness in Amazon, Microsoft, Nvidia, Apple, Google, Meta, and Tesla. So I'm looking at how we react off of the open. If you're an aggressive trader and you get say a 10-minute close above that value area low, at 658.30, you can try to trade it on the long side for a bit of a dead cat bounce. But that's kind of the big area. Long above, short below. Just to keep it simple, that's kind of what I'm looking at on the major indices. And if we flush hard off of the open without any sort of technical bounce, I'm looking at this 655 zone as a bit of a scalping long opportunity. Look at our Russell 2000 here. You can see that the Russell is retesting its point of control there. So that's technically is trading at some support. But you did trigger that breakdown on the Russell. There's a head and shoulders formation that has triggered. And that's the only concerning aspect for this market, is that there is a bearish price target on the Russell. It takes us to a new low, which is around that 236. As long as we stay below this neckline, we run the risk of trading lower. Let's look at our QQQ here. So again, you're now below the 7 and 20 on the Qs, trying to form that bearish crossover of the 7 and 20 moving average. Not looking too good at the moment. You're losing 4-hour chart support here. We're coming into this little bit of a support level on the hourly chart, but you pierced it pretty hard off that Friday sell-off. We'll see if it can bounce the Qs at that 594.76. Looking at Walmart here, Walmart is acting quite well. Chart pattern's not looking too bad. Very, very strong price action on Walmart. Costco under pressure. Let's look at Tesla real quick. Tesla is getting that 7 and 20 bearish crossover. It tried negating it yesterday. It's gapping down this morning. So Tesla's trend is looking pretty bearish. I'm considering getting into some 400 puts as well on Tesla. That's just before that gap fill. If you want to take 395s into that gap, that's probably going to work out as well. But Tesla's looking pretty bearish itself. I think that if Tesla gets a bit of a buy the dip, it's also going to be a short the pop. Amazon continuing to see some distribution here. Sweeping those lows. Look at Amazon after it was trying to build a base on that EMA 113. A lot of volume and liquidity trade there. Now it's sweeping those lows, coming into that daily 200. So I'm actually going to watch Amazon because I don't mind it for a tag of that 200 moving average, guys. I think that that's actually a bit of a buying opportunity, even potentially a swing trade. We got to see how it gets into that area, but not looking too bad. Let's look at Google real quick. Google still holding some technical strength, but just been chopping around. Microsoft, MSFT, looking pretty weak, losing that 7 and 20 itself. Let's look at Apple real quick. Apple right now down 0.69. So Apple and Microsoft are holding steady here, guys. Let's look at Nvidia. Apple and Microsoft are holding up the most or the best out of your mega cap tech. Nvidia continues to remain a little bit choppy, still maintaining above these previous high pivot, all-time high consolidation range. That's the area that I'm looking. Do we eventually crack this 184, 185 zone? Let's look at the SOXX real quick. So SOX had that terrific bounce on OpenAI and Broadcom news. I think it's short-lived. we'll see if semis want to come in quite sharply, but losing that point of control. Again, I really only see support on your semis back at that 20-day moving average. So semis could see quite a bit more downside. We'll see if that headline gets sold into. So again, if the market bounces here, guys, Big Bear AI is probably going to try to squeeze just purely out of momentum. If this name holds positive, I think that it can be a nice little long trade just based off of pure breakout momentum. I don't really want to chase it off of the open in case we start knifing lower, but whenever the markets get into technical support, keep your eye on Big Bear AI because it's going to be one that probably catches some bullish liquidity. All right, I'm going to flip to dual charts. Just going to grab some more coffee and then we will settle in for the market. And you can see the little 10-minute head and shoulders that triggered on your S&P 500. It's triggering with a bit of a gap down. And you can see we've already overshot that target. I'm just gonna grab some more coffee, guys, and then we'll settle in for the open. Markets are under quite a bit of pressure. A little bit of buy the dip trying to come into your S&P. Big Bear AI. Let's see if that one wants to hold its positive structure. It is under quite a bit of pressure. QQQ and IWM are leading the charge right now to the downside. Intel getting slaughtered here. Big Bear still acting well. AMD still green. Dollar Tree seeing some strength. Webull getting wrecked. Serve Robotics under pressure. Amazon, guys, coming into that daily 200 moving average. This might be a bit of a bounce here, guys, on Amazon. I'm probably going to take a bit of a trade here on Amazon, guys. A nice knife through that daily 200 moving average. All right, guys, I'm going to take a stab on some Amazon call options here. I like it a lot. I think there's the weekly 50, the daily 200. Look at that. That's a big area. It's down 2.9%. My oh my. I'm actually going to take a bit of a swing trade on this name, I think. All right. So I did send out that long alert to the live trading group. Still have LES green. Open doors down, plugs down 4%. NVTS still up 15. TMQ up 18. Let's look at some of these rare earths. You look at MP, that's seeing quite a bit of a reversal. Let's look at CRML. That has been a high flyer itself, guys. DraftKings is still green. SOXS is up 6. CoreWeave down 6%. That's seeing some hard sell side pressure. Everything is pretty much down on the session, guys. Ethereum still down 6% or so. CRML coming in from the highs. Still seeing quite a bit of weakness in this market, guys. You have crude oil trying to bounce. Your dollar's softening here. Lithium Americas Corp now down 5.4. Intel getting absolutely slapped, guys. Nice bounce on Amazon starting to occur. Again, Amazon is into a big daily chart level, but the market is still super duper weak here, guys. Market is still super duper weak. So you can see Amazon is piercing its daily 200 as well as its weekly chart level. And it could easily go lower. S&P 500 still getting cracked right now. Your VIX is trying to explode a little bit higher here. SPY going lower. Your VIX is back over 12, up 10.26%, guys. Your volatility in this tape is increasing, which means that dips will be larger, bounces will be larger. CoreWeave almost down 7%. This market is in full-fledged sell side pressure mode. Look at your S&P 500, guys. Yeah, the market's pretty much at the lows from Friday, right? So I've got a lot of long positions that are getting smoked right now. Still have some key shorts in the market. Still got VIX calls. I still got SOXS, pretty big position in semiconductors. I got Russell shorts still in place, QQQ shorts still in place. Core Weave coming in pretty sharply today. That is down almost 7%. 6.7, testing 132. Webull down 4.5. That's trying to sweep the lows from yesterday. Quite crazy. All right, Amazon's working out quite well, guys, into a big technical daily chart level. So Amazon is trying to bounce here as the market is still coming in. Big area. SOXF's now up 7%. It's looking like a bit of a broad-based sell-off right now. Very minimal stocks are green. ONDS down 7. CoreWeave down 7. You got Tesla down 3. NVIDIA getting smoked. QQQ getting smoked. Look at SPY, guys. It is just knifing here. AMD was strong. It went negative. NVIDIA down 4%. Plug down 6. HIMS is getting slapped around. IREN down 5.6. Intel down 5.2. Lithium Americas Corp down 7.35%. Nice bounce occurring on Amazon. Amazon showing a little bit of relative strength off of those lows. Look at that daily chart retest 200 moving average. Wow, SPY's just phenomenal here. This is the long level on SPY, guys. SPY's flushing right into this area. You could get a bit of a bounce here. You're coming into a previous double pivot bounce zone on SPY. So if you're wanting to be aggressive and trade SPY here, this is your area to try to scoop up some call options here, guys. That is crazy, but keep stops tight because this is seeing heavy distribution. I'm going to take some 0 DTE calls on SPY, guys. It's going to be high risk. Wow, they're expensive though. They are super expensive. All right, I'm going to try taking a 658 lotto call on SPY, guys. I'm only going to take 5 contracts. This is high risk, guys. It's a high risk zone. S&P is in a big downtrend, but I'm just trying to trade on the long side. Amazon still showing a little bit of relative strength here. Webull swept the lows. The dollar softening. NVIDIA is still under a lot of pressure. AMD acting quite well on the session. So I'm long 658 0 DTE SPY calls, guys. This is high risk trading. Don't blow up your account by leveraging in too much. AMD's green. So you're still seeing some minor pockets of strength. Minor. Amazon coming back down now. Amazon's trying to still see some selling off of that key daily 200 and weekly chart support. Webull swept that low, trying to catch a little bit of a bounce right now. You're getting rare earths being sold into, guys. Rare earths are being sold into quite sharply. Nice bounce on your S&P 500. Come on, SPY. SPY's bouncing it. Actually, I'm going to move this up a little bit more. Come on, SPY. Bounce a little bit more. Come on, Amazon. Still seeing some hard sell side pressure in the market. little bit of a bounce still trying to occur in your S&P 500. Serve Robotics getting slapped around. AMD still green. Baxter green. Dollar Tree green. Herbalife green. Still quite a bit of selling under the hood of the market. There's some minor pockets of strength in this tape. NVTS still up 15%. Still seeing some net distribution across the board. Nat gas down 1.6. Gold is still green. Yields are still negative. Bitcoin down 4. QQQ leading the charge to the downside right now. So heavy selling in tech through Nvidia, Tesla, Meta, Amazon. So your NASDAQ is under more pressure than the rest of the market. IWM is actually outperforming SPY just barely though. SPY's trying to see some strength off of this area, but still super duper weak. Crude oil still down 1.6. Apple right now showing the most relative strength out of your mega cap tech. They still are looking to potentially sell this market, guys. Crazy. Your UVXY is still trying to rip here. It's up 11.3% on your UVXY, almost retesting that high from Friday. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy, that's for sure. AMD still holding some positive structure, guys. CoreWeave trying to bounce just a little bit. Amazon still trying to get above that daily 200 moving average. SE's down. Hood is down 4.6% today on Hood. How's Palantir doing? S&P 500. Palantir really taking on the chin. Breaking down. Sweeping the 50-day moving average right now on PLTR. It's down 2.89%. Come on, S&P. Hold this area. Nope, they're trying to take us lower. They are drilling this market, guys. Come on, hold that 5-minute area. Hold that lower wick. Hold it, hold it, hold it. Dollar still softening. Nvidia down 4. Google down 1.2. Meta down 1.89. Tesla down 3.6. JP Morgan down 3.68. Netflix down 1.22. Not even Netflix is trading positive on the session. Usually Netflix does trade positive when the market's under pressure, and then when the market's rallying, it sees distribution. So Netflix kind of trading with the market. That's a bit of a bearish intraday sign for now. Markets are seeing heavy selling off of this area, and Amazon right back down to the lows. Jeepers, look at this. We are selling in full force here. Looks like they're trying to take this market to the lows. Coming into that daily chart, 50 moving average, which is sitting at 652.55. Full force selling. That technical level, 655, did not hold at all. Amazon just getting knifed on here. AMD still green. Backs are still green. Dollar Tree still holding steady here. NVTS now coming in. Rigetti's now negative. Intel down 6.31%. You're seeing a broad-based sell-off. Your UVXY is continuing to surge here, guys. VIX is almost testing Friday's high as we're almost testing the lows from Friday. So that is pretty dirty. Pretty dirty. You can see semiconductors are still off of their lows here. So SOXX, you can see there's still some relative strength in your semiconductors. Despite SPY's already testing that Friday low, Look how far semis are still well off of their lows there, guys. They are looking to really sweep those lows. Look at these UVXY ripping, trying to take out that high, guys. We still have $13 call options that are nicely pushing here. Big bounce on your S&P. Big bounce on your S&P here, guys. I did close my $13 UVXY calls. My $13 UVXY calls. Members, option group for 55%. Took profits on those. Let's look at Amazon here. Amazon's still trying to bounce a little bit. Big bounce on your S&P 500. Come on, SPY. Get your big butt up there. Amazon's still below its daily 200 moving average. Robinhood's still under pressure. Crude oil still under pressure at the lows. You've got Nvidia still down 4%, so Nvidia's still struggling here. AMD holding steady. Intel trying to bounce. Open Door trying to maybe go green. Big Bear AI still holding some positive structure on BBAI, guys. All right, there's a big tail candle forming on your S&P 500. Big tail candle. Let's look at gold real quick. So markets are trying to bounce here. Gold still holding positive. Silver right now is still seeing a bit of a bounce off of the lows. Let's look at dust here. Nice bounce on your S&P 500. Come on. Come on, Amazon. Get your big butt up there. Recapture those daily chart levels. Again, if we retest 658, that is your short zone on SPY aggressively. Getting a really big tail candle there on your S&P. AMD ripping now up 1%. Webull trying to firm up. BBAI, if this market holds this bounce, is probably going to try to keep surging here, guys. BBAI is looking real solid here, guys. Showing some pretty strong buy the dip strength. BBAI is acting quite well. Look at that push there on BBAI. Crazy, eh? All right, we are back to the green side on these call options. Nice tail candle building on Amazon. Nvidia trying to hold 180.77. Western Digital down another 3%. Micron down 2.4. Serve is down 6.2. SPY is still pretty weak here, guys. Despite that big tail bounce there, Still needs to hold the 655 zone. So they did a massive liquidity sweep of that first opening 10-minute candle, trying to defend it. Let's see if they can push some of your mega cap tech higher here. Tesla still weak, Meta down 2.1, Google down 1.24, Apple down 1.14, Nvidia still down over 4%, QQQ still underperforming right now, guys. And the big question is, are semiconductors going to retest that Friday low? You look at the relative strength still occurring in the semiconductors, and they are still holding quite steady. Ethereum and Bitcoin still absolutely getting slapped. Consumer staples are seeing some strength today. SPY right back down. Crazy. Come on, Amazon. Get your butt up there. Amazon trying to defend that weekly chart 50 MA as well as the daily chart 200 MA. It's a really big area, but still super duper selling in the market today. Come on, SPY. Get your big butt up there. Dollar Tree having a really good day, guys. Despite the selling, you're still seeing DLTR. This is obviously a nice little position that we've been building into on the long side. Good to see that certain longs are still acting quite well. But DLTR, call options are working out quite nicely. All right, nice bounce on your S&P 500. Amazon still trying to fight that key resistance. Big bounce on SPY, guys. Really big bid here. Come on. Squeeze our call options higher. Again, I'll look to trim. I'm probably going to trim two of my contracts if we push up to the 656.80. I still think we can retest 658 on SPY today, guys. But it's going to need mega cap tech to at least see a buy the dip. Nvidia is seeing some strength right now, trying to firm up. CRML up 25%, NVTS up 19. Your dollar's still looking somewhat bearish. Micron catching a little bit of a bid right now. AMD still up 1%. Seeing a little bit of more liquidity, bullish liquidity flowing into the market. Amazon, come on, back above that daily 200 moving average. Nice move here. Come on, Amazon. Come on, SPY. Push it. Push it. Robinhood's still under quite a bit of pressure. Baba's still down 3%. Google still down 1.24. Nice big bid here in Amazon and the markets. You're seeing a little bit more liquidity flowing into things here, guys. AMD's ripping. Dollar Tree's ripping. Nvidia catching a bit of a bid here. Here we go. Come on. TP1 is coming here. Come on, SPY. Push it. Push it. Bounce us some more. Bounce us some more. You got it. Nice little 1 minute inverse head and shoulders that has triggered on your S&P 500, guys. You can see that. The question is, are we going to get a back test before we press higher? Or are they just going to squeeze us and then sell us off? We're still in a bit of a short the pop environment, but I think that we can still press a little bit higher here. Come on. Keep going. Keep going, S&P. Big bounce on Amazon. Amazon, I would not be surprised to see Amazon make a red to green reversal. SPY starting to rip here. Come on. Push it, push it, push it. Contracts are ripping here, guys. Come on. Nice move on Amazon. Nvidia is still somewhat weak here, but you're getting a little bit more participation from your megas. JP Morgan still struggling on the session. Big Bear AI still seeing some positive flow. Intel still down over 5%. Come on, S&P, a little bit more. Don't sell it here. Keep going. Look at Amazon's daily chart tail candle forming here. Still seeing some little bit of strength trying to creep into your S&P 500. Still down sharply on the session. Amazon still down 2.2, but seeing a nice buy the dip here, guys. Micron curling. Nvidia still struggling just a touch here. This TP1 was just tagged there, trimming 40% profit, trim 2 cons. Nice little trade. I'm going to move my stops to break even on SPY. I'm holding 3 more runners. Break even stop loss just took 40% there on SPY. 40% gain. Nice trade if you caught that with us right into TP1. And now I have a stop loss at $1.15. Next trim is into that 658 level. I'll trim another 2 contracts and leave 1 runner in the event that they want to give us a huge move back to gap filled. I doubt it, but you never know, right? This market acts in a pretty crazy way. So good job if you took profits there with us. Still got a few runners on the table though. But stop loss at break even. Come on, give us a nice push. Amazon trying to hold 215 here. Back above its daily 200 moving average. Looking structurally a little bit better off of those lows. Come on, Amazon. Push green. We're still seeing Nvidia under quite a bit of pressure, down 4% on the sessions. Bitfarm down. BBAI up 3.4%. CRML still squeezing. Open Door slightly negative. Rigetti down. Western Union still having a good day. WU. AMD green, still ripping. Dollar Tree still holding steady. Serve down 6%. Energy stocks trying to make a move. Come on, SPY. Keep pressing. INVZ down 3.21. Cody going green again. CoreWeave still struggling. DraftKings seeing some beautiful price actions. They have 1.1% in a week tape. Alibaba trying to catch a bit of a bid. Snapchat still down 2.1. Nvidia now trying to firm up yet again. Still a lot of red on the screen, but pockets of strength. Staple stocks holding steady. Financial stocks are trying to stabilize a little bit. Let's look at JP Morgan here. JP Morgan is still seeing some distribution signals. Look at JP Morgan. It is coming into support here, guys. So this could be helpful for the S&P. JP Morgan is technically a little bit of an aggressive long here. Look at that sell on JP Morgan. Just a complete and utter bloodbath. Nasty nastiness for JP Morgan and financials, but it is hitting some technical support, so they should defend that key upsloping trend line, which could help the S&P. You look at the S&P, it's bounced off of the lows, and JP Morgan, a really big financial stock, has not even participated yet. Imagine they take this market back to gap fill. Where is gap fill sitting? 663, 662.97. What are some lotto calls into that gap? 24 cents for a 663 lotto call. 24 cents, guys. All right, if we get a pullback, I'm going to take one lotto SPY call for 663, 0 DTE. And we still have runners right now for our 658s. Wells Fargo still holding quite steady here, guys. Citigroup coming in sharply. So you still have some pretty impressive weakness in your financials, although XLF is barely negative. Let's look at healthcare XLV. That's also still under pressure. J&J this morning. Let's look at that name. Wow, look at that nasty reversal in J&J, down 2% now. That's filthy. That is filthy. Amazon, Robinhood, CoreWeave. Come on, Amazon. Push it. SPY yet again seeing some resiliency, trying to push higher here. Come on. Again, TP2, I'll look to take off 2 more contracts and I'll leave 1 contract running. Okay. ALAB up 77%. Wow, AMD's ripping still up 1.4. Interesting. Amazon's still bouncing phenomenally well here. That's a really big bid there on Amazon. Off of the lows. Looking a little bit better intraday, Mr. Amazon. Maybe forming an hourly chart bottoming tail. Just maybe. SPY is still trying to hold some technical structure. Ethereum still under quite a bit of pressure. The Amazon option trade that we sent out is working out quite nicely as well. SPY is still seeing some strength and resiliency, guys. Nice bounce in your S&P. Come on, break through that opening range. Break through. Let's look at that 10-minute chart. We are trying to clear that opening range candle. If we can get through that OR high, it will be beneficial. Here goes SPY, guys. Come on, SPY. Amazon looking a little bit structurally better. Big push there on your S&P. Beautiful, guys. Our contracts are still ripping here. TP2, I'm going to look to trim 2 more contracts into that TP2 zone. Let's see if 658 calls want to go in the money here. Come on. Punch it. That was a clean breakout through that opening range high. A hard volume impulse green candle. Come on. As long as we can maintain structure above this OR high, please don't be a liquidity sweep. I want to see us maintain the structure. Nvidia is still down 3.46%, but trying to firm up. Tesla still down sharply. But S&P looking a little bit better here, guys. Come on. All right, guys, I'm going to move my stop loss in the money on SPY. I'm going to move it to $1.50. $1.50 stop on SPY. I'm protecting the trade. $1.50. You're looking at dust. Let's look at dust here again. Is gold going through a bit of distribution right now? Let's see here. Yeah, gold still is positive, right? So, I mean, if you're wanting to try to take it on the long side here, it's up 1.5%. It has had a nice pullback. It is into a possible level here. I don't mind it. Backtesting that hourly chart 7 moving average. You know, if you want to trade it here on the long side, by all means, not a bad area. Just keep a tight stop loss. I actually think it's into a decent area for a swing, guys. Not a bad area for a swing. Come on, S&P. Keep pushing. Yeah, not a bad area for dust here, guys. Even for a swing trade, just common shares long. Not too bad. UNG, Nat Gas. Let's look at Nat Gas before we look at UNG. All right, we're almost at TP2 on our SPY calls. Come on, give me an impulse candle, guys. Again, I'm going to look for my second target. Micron seeing a nice bid. BlackBerry seeing a beautiful bottoming tail, potentially forming. CoreWeave still struggling. Come on, SPY. Keep pushing. Keep pushing. Again, we took 40% off of the first trim. We're up substantially more right now. We're pushing 70% on these calls. Come on. Spike higher here. Spike it, SPY. Spike it. Nat Gas is holding some technical support. Still hasn't kissed that 20-day moving average, what I'm waiting for. But it's taking a little bit longer, putting in what appears to be a bit of a H pattern on the hourly chart. Not looking too good intraday for Nat Gas, in my opinion. We could go lower. I would just wait a little bit longer. I do have some long levels that I'll send out an alert. I'm watching very carefully, but I don't think that it's ready for a long yet. Even though it is backtesting that breakout trend line, I don't know. Nat Gas just has a tendency to really rope in liquidity on both sides of the trade. Both sides of the trade. All right, so SPY calls are still ripping here, guys. Come on. We're up almost 70% here. Come on. Keep pushing. Keep pushing. We also sent out the Amazon alert to the live trading group. We picked up some Amazon calls near the lows, and that's been bouncing quite nicely. Caleb's looking at AI. Let's take a peek at AI. Yeah, AI really is not bouncing with the market here, so it's trying to get a bit of a bullish breakout out of these key moving averages. It's a lot of chop and slop on AI. It's truly a dangerous chart pattern to trade. I mean, it's still technically in a bit of a bearish trend on your larger time frame, your weekly chart. Your weekly chart is what's scary. Your daily chart is trying to firm up, but you have mixed price action in terms of the trend. Daily chart trying to hold some higher highs and higher lows, but that weekly chart is still in a fierce downtrend, so not the best setup in my opinion. But if you're wanting to trade on the long side, your stop loss would be this daily chart red bar low. All right, SPY getting a little bit of a sell side candle there. trying to lose that opening range. Come on, defend that price action. Defend the price. Nvidia still sharply lower. Tesla down 3.4. Netflix down 1 or Netflix down 0.62. It is trying to firm up. JP Morgan down 3, trying to firm up. Google looking a little bit more positive, only down 0.5%. Apple only down 0.46. Microsoft down 0.92. Amazon still down 2% on the session. Let's look at BBAI. If that is continuously seeing some strength, some top wick distribution occurring. Let's look at Bitcoin and crypto. BTC right now still under a lot of pressure, but trying to get a bit of a buy the dip. MicroStrategy getting clobbered, retesting that 305. Crazy volatility in MicroStrategy, up, down. We'll see if they want to defend it here. Ethereum still under quite a bit of pressure. AMD still green, but AMD is getting faded here just a little bit. AMD is getting faded. All right, guys, I'm going to move my stop loss up even higher on SPY. I'm going to move it to $1.61, so I'm going to lock in 40% gain like our first trim no matter what. So I'm locking in 40% on my SPY calls no matter what happens here. So $1.61 stop loss. I'm just protecting my profits because we could see a bit, as much as we could see a pump, we could see a bit of a failure here. So I just want to be a little bit cautious. I don't like the fact that AMD was strong off of the open and that's getting faded now intraday. So that could hurt additional semiconductors. You do have Nvidia still weak on the session. Tesla still struggling. SOXX still struggling. It's tough, right? You know, sometimes you can use mental stops if you think market makers are watching your orders, but whenever you're in profit, especially on 0 DTEs, it's not a bad thing to just use hard stops. Look at gold, guys. Gold is just still a freaking monster. I mean, wow, and look at that Russell 2000. Holy shit, I didn't even realize that. Look at that Russell bounce, guys. Wow, SPY might want to go positive here. That's crazy. That Russell's trying to go positive. Should we take some 663 lottos? Just roll in. What are 662s? 663s? $28 for one? I did take one lotto SPY call just for the hell of it. 663 lotto 0 DTE. 663 lotto 0 DTE on SPY. Look at the Russell. Holy moly. All right, guys. SPY is hitting TP2, guys. SPY just hit TP2 there, guys. I'm trimming another 2 contracts there. I repeat, another 2 contracts trimmed. That's a beautiful little break into TP2, guys. Beautiful little trade. So locked in 80%. Excellent trade there on SPY, guys. So I have one contract left on the 658 0 DTEs, guys, with a stop loss at $1.61. So we've trimmed the majority of the position. 658 calls did go in the money after accumulating at the lows here. Nice $4 bounce. I'm still holding a one lotto 653 call in the event that they do a massive move back to gap fill. That would be crazy. Let's see if they want to trend this. So again, just protect your profits if you are in profits, but we've already secured some nice trades this morning. Come on, Amazon. Keep pushing AMZN. Keep pushing. And then I have the 663 law. Look at those 658 calls are absolutely ripping, guys. Come on. Are we going to get 100% on the runner? I love it. I love it. Really, the next trim zone for me would be kind of into this EMA 113 on the 1 minute. If you're a little bit more aggressive, you can retest that prior day low. But look at that nice tail candle forming on Amazon right now. It is looking downright dirty. Downright dirty. Go Amazon, go. Go Amazon, go. So we've hit both of our TP levels, guys. Beautiful gain there on SPY. I like it a lot. Look at SPY pressing, guys. We are ripping here. SPY still acting. That Amazon candle's looking pretty nice right now, too, guys. Still down 2% on Amazon. Nvidia still down sharply, down over 3.67%. We are sitting pretty on this trading session with profits locked in, stops in place, looking for the markets to make these exuberant moves. Come on, S&P. Keep squeezing it. Keep squeezing it, guys. We're up over 100% on our 658 runner. Let's go SPY. Ripping, 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 ripping. Ripping. Beautiful. I love it. Amazon still trying to trend. On my 659, sorry, my 658 SPY call, I'm gonna keep a $1.90 stop loss on my 659 SPY call. Moving up my stop on my 659 SPY call, my runner. Amazon is still flying here. Wow, look at Amazon. Micron seeing some strength. Still have mega cap tech underperforming. Your Russell 2000 has almost gone positive, guys. Can you believe that? Look at this IWM. That was the bigger trade dip by. Holy moly. What a monster move back to the high side. That is filthy. Gold's still acting quite well. Your dollar's almost in negative territory, guys. Plug is still down 3. Rigetti down 4.8. Nvidia still struggling. Big Berry I still up 2.72. NVTS still up 18.7. Intel still down 5. AMD up 0.74. Lithium Americas Corp, that's still down 1.19. SPY is still trying to trend here. Look at S&P 500 squeezing. Absolutely impressive buy the dip price action, guys. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. Can they take our 663s in the money? That would be insane. That would be absolutely insane. We are pushing. Come on, SPY. Keep pressing. Keep pressing. Keep going. S&P. Nvidia's just starting to try to firm up here on its 5-minute chart, guys. I'm looking at trimming at a pierce of this 1-minute EMA. Looking at selling the rest of my 658 0DTE calls. Come on, SPY. Pierce of this EMA 1 minute. Come on, S&P. One more little surge into that moving average. Come on, give me a nice impulse green candle. Amazon still pushing here. Nvidia trying to get going. Come on, baby. Keep it moving. Got a little bit more green starting to appear on the screen here. AMD still holding steady. Energy stocks are trying to turn green. Micron acting a little better. All right, Nvidia's now trying to push here, guys. Nvidia's trying to break out on the 5-minute chart. It's trying to clear its 5-minute opening bearish candle range. Since we got a pull back there, I want to see it pierce this EMA. Come on. Attack that level. Come on. SPY. Show that strength. Show that strength. All right, we're tapping that key area. We're kissing that moving average. All right, guys, I just closed that last SPY contract. Still riding the lotto, but closed at 268. Beautiful. 133% gain on that final contract. I like it. Now we still have that lotto, which again, it's one contract just for the hell of it. And it's actually up almost 100% itself. Amazon's still ripping here. Crazy. Look at that S&P trade, guys. Rocketing higher here. Look at Amazon rocketing higher here. Micron's trying to get going. Nvidia's now breaking out. Amazon, can we get our 220 calls in the money today on Amazon? That would be insane. It's looking like they may want to take this market back to the green side. How crazy would that be? That is a filthy move, guys. That is a filthy move. Thank you, Sarfraz. Thank you, Ram. Hopefully everyone was able to make some money off of that. Imagine they take SPY positive. We have 10 votes in the group. Will SPY close negative? 90% said yes. 10% said no. There's one contrarian in the group. That would be crazy if they took us back to the positive side. That would just be crazy. I mean, you look at that Russell 2000 and take a look at this move. I mean, look at the Russell almost going positive. I mean, that is just filthy. Filthy. And like I said, the level that needs to be maintained is that 658.13. We're above that. So the market's in a long environment right now. You're seeing a huge buy the dip. Look at this market now. It is in full bull mode. Beautiful. Our Amazon contracts are printing, guys, as well. So look at that S&P. Holy moly. SPY is in full beast mode, guys. That is just filthy. Wow. That lotto call, that's 663 lotto's up 150%. But again, I'm just gonna maintain a break even on the lotto. The 663 lotto, I'm just gonna maintain a break even stop loss. And we let it ride. Yep, Jerome is speaking today, that's right. Amazon's still trying to hold some positive structure here. Big level for SPY, guys. If you're aggressive, this is a shortable zone, prior day low. Just with the due to the strength in the Russell, it's tough, but it is an aggressive zone. If you want a short SPY here with a tight stop loss, it is a shortable zone. Market is just relentless, guys. We are seeing the bulls defending price action here. You are seeing buy the dip coming in full force right now. All right, guys. Intel still down 4.7. AMD having a stellar day up 2.11%. Open Door still negative down by 1.17. Plug Power still down 1.92. Nvidia is still down 3.26. Maria saying Palantir moving. Let's look at PLTR. And then Master Sensi saying UNG creeping up. Yeah, look at Palantir reversal. What a beast, eh? Full on V-shaped recovery. Impressive. Palantir showing resiliency. Very impressive. Let's look at Robinhood. Some of the usual leaders and suspects. Robinhood is still trying to bounce off of the lows. Nice little bottoming tail in the hourly chart forming. Let's see how much of a retrace we're going to get. Let's look at Roblox right now. RBLX. Wow, look at Roblox. What a beast. Holy moly. Let's look at SoFi here. Everything is still seeing some strength continuation move. You know, Dollar Tree is absolutely beast moding here, guys. AMD's beast moding. IREN seeing a move. Look at Dollar Tree going for that high of day breakout. I'm glad to see those call options on Dollar Tree are working out quite nicely. Go Dollar Tree, go. All right, you see that's a nice shortable level. SPY is dipping, but if you're short, make sure you protect profits there because this market is still looking pretty bullish in my opinion. Still a tough tape. Go Dollar Tree, go. Squeezing. Squeeze. We're almost up 100% on our Dollar Tree calls. It's good to see. Let's look at Big Bear AI again. Marquet. That's still seeing some distribution. INVZ trying to turn green here. All right, let's look at the SPX here because we've made a nice rally and reversal, but if we can't recapture prior day low, again, this is technically a short off of this PDL, and if we start getting, say, a 10-minute close above prior day low, then you got to get out of those shorts. But this is actually a shortable level on the market. Kind of interesting. We've had a big exuberant bounce. Let's look at the QQQ. Qs are still underperforming here, guys. Why can't I type the Qs? There we go. Your IWM is about to go positive here, guys. They would be really nasty if they took us right back down to the lows on the Qs. That would be really nasty. Look at Amazon still ripping here, guys. Putting money stuff on my Amazon options that we took, protecting the Amazon trade. Look at these other moves. CRML still trying to squeeze to the upside here. Super impressive. How is MP? Let's look at MP here. Bloom Energy. Look at SPY starting to rip yet again. Holy moly, SPY is in full-fledged beast mode. Let's look at APLD. APLD still holding quite steady here. Let's look at some of the usual names that have kind of been out of the limelight. Carvana has been pretty quiet, been going through quite a bit of distribution here. Let's look at JP Morgan, how it's bouncing off of that key trend line. Wow, look at that bounce on JPM. Holy moly, did anyone take that? Fuck, what a filthy bounce. That is just downright nasty. Holy. Let's look at NVTS here. Yeah, NVTS also a nice big bounce. Holding quite steady. Chipotle Mexican Grill having a nice day today, guys. CMG breaking out to the high side. Nice mover, CMG, guys. Nice mover. CMG could be ready for a bullish break to the high side. This name has been going through a lot of backing and filling. We have quite a bit of long exposure in the common shares. We are nicely green now on our common share position. Hopeful that CMG kind of breaks out to the high side here, triggers this rounding bottoming formation, which could send us to about 46.50 and change. You know, that would kind of retest that gap fill. SPY, new high of day. Let's go. Take our 663s in the money. How much? That's crazy. So CMG looking pretty good. Kava itself not looking too bad as well. Bitcoin still struggling, down 3.2. Nat gas still down 0.8%. Let's look at nat gas here. Yeah, nat gas is trying to hold up off of the lows here. Nice little bid. Holding that hourly chart, 1-year moving average. Forming a bit of a wedge pattern. IWM, take a peek at that. What a full-on monster, guys. That IWM could squeeze to, I'll show you this trend line that I'm watching. So there's really a couple key areas of resistance on the Russell. Again, that downsloping, let me just actually correct that. Wow, what a bounce off that channel. Powerful channel. I mean, if they really want to push the Russell to 245 and then potentially the top of this channel, you can see we bounced once here, twice here, they've defended. So, I mean, logically speaking, next resistance is going to be the top of this channel. I mean, it would be pretty crazy if they bounce this Russell all the way to the top of that channel. That would be a $5.50 bounce. It could happen, guys. It could happen. The way the market is firming up here, you kind of have, you think about what is happening in the market and you think about Nvidia, right? Going through 3% down move today. That you're getting hundreds of billions of flowing out of Nvidia today, and that is just being eaten up by the Russell. So that Russell is seeing a huge bid today because mega cap tech is under pressure, and mega cap tech is the piggy bank of this market. People are selling mega cap, piling back into small cap, high beta stocks. Master Sensei saying KOLD dropping. Yep, Nat Gas is trying to firm up here. KOLD looks like it might be trying to do that good old fashioned gap and crack. So nat gas is certainly seeing a bit of buying pressure. Let's look at some of the nat gas equities. Maybe there's a bit of an arbitrage opportunity. You look at EQT. EQT, yeah, EQT is still trading down on the session. Not a bad area if you're wanting to trade EQT on the long side, guys. Not a terrible area. Not the worst area. That's pretty good. That's a pretty good area on EQT. If you're wanting to take some upside calls on EQT, I don't mind it. Same thing with AR, actually. AR is not looking too bad down here. Let's look at RRC again. Yeah, Range Resources, that's another one that we took profits on. Near the highs of this tape here, and that's coming in sharply. Very cool. Back testing a critical area. We'll keep that on watch. Look at this red to green reversal on INVZ, guys. Very strong performance. INVZ pushing right to the high side. Right back up. Super duper impressive. Your S&P still holding technical strength and structure. That is filthy. All right, so solid trading session here in the tape. Very, very solid, guys. We're still looking to potentially print some huge lotto profits on that 663 upside call on SPY. We entered down here. We already took monster profits on the 659s. We are writing Amazon call options in the live trading chat as well. Amazon could potentially make that red to green reversal. You know, you're hitting a big daily and weekly chart level. S&P 500. So again, just to recap that Amazon trade that we sent out, look what you hit. You simultaneously backtested a weekly 50 MA as well as a daily chart 200 MA. That's a big retest of that area. Big, big retest. Crazy. DraftKings having a nice day. Oklo up a couple percent. Semiconductors and Qs are still kind of a little bit mixed right now. Boeing trying to go green. Duolingo, Google had a red to green reversal. So communication stocks are looking a bit better. Bitcoin trying to firm up, still down 2.9 under 112,000, but trying to catch some of that bullish liquidity. AMD, stellar day. Come on, Amazon. Go, go, go. Let's look at some of these high flyers again. Are they going to catch a bit of a bid here? Yeah, you look at some of these higher short interest names with the weakness in Nvidia. You're clearly seeing some of that capital flying into some of these more speculative names. Let's look at Kohl's, KSS. Yeah, KSS not looking bad intraday as well, kind of negating a bit of a daily chart head and shoulders pattern. KSS looks ready for maybe a potential squeeze. Maybe a potential squeeze, guys, on KSS. Back above prior day high. Wow. We could actually see KSS move here. If you're looking, I might take some lotto calls this week. You know, we could see a big move today. What are we trading at? 15 right now? 15.60? $16 calls. Your 20 days at 16.19. Let's see if we hit the top of this little bit of a wedge formation. I took a high risk lotto on Kohl's KSS, taking a $17 end of week lotto. Again, size it for loss. Size it for loss. Let's see what happens with KSS here. Again, it is a lotto call. ARKO, we'll see what that wants to do. Go to Amazon here. Let's look at ARKO. ARKO. Why is that not populating here? ARKO. NVIDIA is softening a little bit more, guys. We're seeing NVIDIA continuing to curl down here on the 5-minute chart. ARKO up 2.19%. Looking like it's working itself into that gap fill. So not looking terrible, that's for sure. S&P 500 coming in a little bit. Yeah, I mean, at the bottom of its range, not looking terrible here. Does look like it can go a little bit lower, but not the worst chart. All right, S&P is softening a little bit. You are seeing some more distribution in your semis, guys. So we might see more weakness creep into your semiconductors here. I'm watching NVIDIA. NVIDIA is still softening. Between Intel still seeing more sell side pressure. NVIDIA still seeing some sell side pressure. CoreWeave still seeing. Hood still down. Look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA putting in what appears to be a bit of a bear flag on your 10-minute chart. It could still go lower, NVIDIA. You also got to watch financials because JP Morgan and financials had that remarkable bounce. We'll see if it is short-lived or not. Yeah, Amazon is slowing. That's why you just got to protect the trade if you're long. Again, the trade that I entered, I got a lot of time on because it's not a bad area even for a swing trade. I still think that there could be maybe a little bit of a robust um, buying pressure into the holiday end of year Christmas season. But yeah, Amazon, if you're trading end of weeks, you better lock your profits. I got December call options that I entered. So I'm not too concerned. All right, good luck, Caleb. Hopefully your vet bill isn't too crazy. Every time I go there, it's like $1,000 out of my pocket. Last time I was at the vet, my dog had ceracoptic mange from a fox in the area, and he was losing all of his fur. And then they misdiagnosed him. I swear it was on purpose just to take more of my money. But yeah, he was crazy. It was nasty. He was running around, throwing himself at the wall. My husky was losing all of his fur. But luckily, he's on the mend, much healthier. Regained all of his fur. All right, let's see what else is happening here. I'm just going to go through some of my swings. Dollar Tree still acting very well. Continuously breaking out to the high side. Amazon softening just a touch here. Let's look at KSS. KSS is still trying to hold that prior day high level. S&P consolidating, going through a little bit of backing and filling right now. Your daughter keeps saying, "What does the fox sing?" It's pretty funny. I know, it's crazy how certain songs catch on, right? SPY is still trying to maintain structure above that prior day low. S&P still consolidating here, guys. It's kind of struggling just a little bit off of that EMA 113 on the 1 minute and your prior day low, but still holding somewhat well. Just consolidating, digesting a little bit of this rally. That's actually structurally a little bit healthier, but Nvidia looking fairly weak here. Google acting very well. Again, you're still in technically a short zone under that prior day. Master Sensi ILMN bounce. Is that Illumina Technologies? Is that what it is? Or Illumina Inc.? Yeah, you're getting a little bit of a 10-minute chart bounce right now. Let's see what the daily chart is looking like. Yeah, you're getting somewhat oversold, but that's a nasty bearish breakdown below this major pivot. So lower highs, lower lows. The daily chart trend has broken. Let's just see what we're looking at. Yeah, you're below all the key daily chart moving averages. You're below the weekly chart moving average. You're still putting lower highs, lower lows on the weekly chart. Let's see if there's any sort of fib levels. You're trying to crack that 50% fib retrace zone. I mean, if you're wanting to try to trade it for a little bit of a potential dead cat bounce here, intraday bounce, I would just keep your stop loss right below that low. So I'll call it, if you were to close on the hourly chart below this 10-minute candle now, that would be your stop loss. But this chart pattern still looks somewhat a little bit vulnerable. So you got to keep a short leash on it. Very short leash. All right, your S&P is still trying to fight here. Again, consolidation is key, guys. Consolidation on the S&P is key. Nvidia getting a nice 5-minute chart bounce here. Rigetti still struggling. Let's look at some of our quantum names. So RGTI. That's bouncing off the lows, but still negative. IONQ. Still down about 4.99%. Let's look at QBTS. QBTS, big bounce there. Let's look at some of our China names here. Let's see if we're ready for some accumulation. JD, let's look at JD here. Yeah, JD still down 2%. Getting close. It's tempting. It's tempting. But I think I want a tap of that key trend line there. I think I want a tap of that trend line. So I think around 31 bucks for JD. You just never know what's going to hit the tape with this China escalation. It seems that, like, Trump has these mood swings where he goes on Twitter, and I mean, in reality, China's standing their ground, two superpowers going at it. That could be a very continuous bearish catalyst into the end of the year. So I'm just going to be patient with China names. We did make a lot of money on the long side. Shorted. Look at Dollar Tree, guys. Ripping. Flying. We're up over 100% now on those calls. I like to see that. S&P continuously seeing some distribution. XOM has some top wicks. CoreWeave still coming under a little bit of pressure here. Let's look at gold again. Let's look at that Dust ETF. Dollar's still soft here, guys. Dust hasn't made a move here. SILJ, Silver Juniors, just briefly went negative there, back to the positive. What a reversal, though. Holy moly. Google getting slightly faded here. CMG, Chipotle, still ripping here, guys. Chipotle Mexican Grill is still ripping. Look at CMG, ripping. Holy moly. That is crazy. Let's look at NUAI. If there's any other tickers you guys want me to take a peek at, feel free. Again, I'm just scanning the market, seeing if there's any other sort of interesting opportunities. Also want to look through some of my insider transactions here momentarily. Seeing what SPY's doing. Wow, this NUAI, not a bad intraday setup. It looks like it's putting in some really decent consolidation. Like it wants to continue to squeeze higher here. Ton of momentum. Big Bear still up 2.7. That's a tight consolidation. Let's look at this NAK. High volume list, low price equity. Probably also wants to squeeze. NAK still holding above its prior day high. Again, you're getting a lot of stocks trying to firm up here, guys. Nike trying to enter its gap window now, going for another new high of day. So that's looking a little bit better, structurally speaking. Looking much better. So it does look like SPY is going to keep trending here, guys. Tough tape to try to short here. Let's look at Big Bear AI again, up 3%. I've been contemplating entering BBAI on this dip here, guys. Alright, guys, I'm going to pick up some common shares on BBAI. I am going to pick up some common shares here as a bit of a day trade. Looking at this 9-10 area. Is this an entry? So up move, down move, up move, down move, lower high. It's risky, but still acting quite well here. All right, I'm gonna go long here. BBAI 912 entry, guys. 912 entry. Just common shares. My stop on the trade is gonna be, let's see, I'm thinking I'll give it 2% risk. Let me see how high I think we could squeeze. Yeah, I'll give it a 2-to-1 basis here. Maria saying SPY going to break up. Yep. Looks like it, right? All right, I did go long BBAI. Common shares. 912 entry. Looking for BBAI to make another high of day with the market here. Playing a little bit of relative strength. SPY's trying to push a little bit more here. Amazon's still acting very well. Come on, Big Bear. Squeeze it. Gold keeps tapping 4150 and dropping. Yeah, honestly, gold is just ridiculous. I still think it has to have at least a 7 to 10% correction. At least. Amazon trying to make a push. S&P trying to clear this consolidation. Looking pretty good on SPY land, guys. Come on, Big Bear. Squeeze it. Squeeze it. SPY's trying. Another stock that's trying to make a bit of a red to green reversal. You've been seeing this name. It sells off in the morning and then gets a bid right back up into the end of the day. So it happened off of this big down candle here. They sell in the morning and then they press it up intraday. Happened yesterday as well. They sold in the morning and then they turned it green intraday. So Weeble's another one that's still, I like it down here. A lot of support. A ton of support on Weeble. KSS under a little bit of pressure. S&P breaking to the high side here. Amazon going for another high of day. Come on, Big Bear. Look at SPY ripping. We're almost at 661. That is crazy. Absolutely crazy. SPY's still squeezing. Amazon trying to push. Dollar Tree still ripping. INVZ green. Serve still down 5.4. BlackBerry still down a couple percent. S&P still trying to push here. Come on, S&P. Keep squeezing. Let's look at this 10-minute chart on SPY. Again, we're still ripping your Russell 2000. Still acting quite well, but you're getting a little bit of buy the dip strength coming back into your megas. All right, I'm going to tighten up the stop on Amazon continuing to rip here, guys. SPY calls are still printing. Look at that V-shaped bounce, guys. Holy moly. Look at SPY, guys. Our lotto contract, our 663 calls are ripping. That lotto is up 165% and climbing. Amazon is testing 217. Market is making that red to green reversal. Yeah, we took profits on our $13 UVXY calls. And on Friday, we took profit on the $12 calls. Those are some nice downside portfolio hedges. Big Bear struggling here. Come on, Big Bear. Look at Amazon, guys, still ripping here. Amazon's trying to break out. BBAI still trying to show some strength, but kind of choppy in this region. Amazon's still trying to push. Still have net weakness in your semis, guys. Net weakness. Chipotle's still very strong. Enphase still decently well. Nat gas still down 0.94. Bitcoin down 3.22%. Duolingo, Google still green. Open Door turning green. Oklo back to the red side. What is uranium doing? Uranium still holding 56 bucks, but struggling a little bit. Your US dollar is trying to find a little bit of a base here, guys. So gold potentially could be shortable here intraday with a tight stop. But that Dixie below its prior day low. All right, Big Bear is starting to come in just a little bit. S&P is still holding up okay here. Let's look at crude oil. What's WTI crude doing? Crude is still down 1.7%, but trying to firm up just a touch here. Boeing news. Thank you for that. Yeah, BA trying to break out here. What is the news on BA? So BA catching a nice little candle to the upside here. Breaking out intraday. Seeing a little bit of distribution now. All right, guys, I might have to take a loss on that BBAI. They are knifing it here. Did get stopped out on BBAI for a loss. They stopped me out. About $150 loss there on the trade. Apologies about that. Exiting that. But stopped out for a little bit of a loss on BBAI. Frickin' snakes. They got me. Tried momentum trading it, but they knifed it. Amazon still acting well. Boeing still seeing some buy pressure. What was the news on that Boeing? EU clears Boeing Spirit merger with concessions. Okay, so getting a little bit of positivity from the EU backing down on whatever was occurring there. Dollar Tree is just a fucking monster today, guys. Look at DLTR. Holy moly. Wow, that is filthy, those gains. Members, I'm taking profits on half of my Dollar Tree calls. Half of my Dollar Tree calls. All right, beautiful. Just closed half of those contracts for 106% gain on DLTR. Right, so nice gain there on DLTR, guys. Good job if you took that trade. Sarfraz is in NUAI. Let's take a peek. Yeah, NUAI up 39.5%, squeezing to the upside right now. Chart pattern's not looking terrible. Obviously, it's just a little extended. It's going to come in with the market. Um, but putting in a bit of a bull flag pattern. Just be careful with this one. This could be a bit of a 10-minute failed breakout. Just be very careful. You took 2,000 shares? Nice. Just be careful with it because if that's a little bit of a failed breakout, you had your peekaboo 5-minute impulse candle breakout on volume. Now they're selling into it. So you really need to get, if you get above that high, this is going to squeeze. But right now it's actually a bit of a short lower, especially since the S&P 500 is coming in a touch here. Master Sensei saying AR picking up. Yeah, so you're probably seeing what? Nat gas still down 1.17, but there is an arbitrage opportunity on these energy names. So AR trying here. Let's look at XLE quickly just to see energy as a whole. So yeah, look at that reversal on XLE. So some of these names should see a bit of strength. You know, XLE making almost that red to green reversal, not looking too bad. AR is not in the XLE, but EQT, I believe EQT is in XLE. So EQT is probably not looking too bad. Not looking bad at all. It's a swing for Sarfraz, nice. NUAI, yeah, I mean, you've got momentum, Sarfraz. You've got a ton of momentum in that name, and you're long off the 309, so I would just say protect that trade. Yeah, it could squeeze some more. You're not even that extended yet. You've had that initial dip, rip, so yeah, it could still push some more for sure. The only real resistance that I'm seeing is this really, it's not even that steep of a resistance, so you have that little bit of a near-term trend line. That's the only real resistance that I'm seeing, but it's not that steep of a resistance, so you could easily work yourself through that zone. But not looking bad. Not looking bad. Alright, you still have some net distribution in your semis here, guys. SOXS is still trying to firm up here, which is telling me that there's more selling occurring in your semiconductors. So let me see what this UVXY is doing now. We obviously took some nice profits in anticipation of a market bounce, but the market's kind of struggling now. You've done almost what? Let's see what type of a retrace this is on the VIX here. So yeah, look what you're sitting right on the VIX. So nice 50% retrace. So again, the market could be vulnerable here to a little bit more selling. Just be very careful. You know, a leader like BBAI struggling to break out. Just give me a sec, guys. I'll be right back. 2 minutes. INVZ still looking phenomenally strong. Look at INVZ breaking out here, guys. Breaking out here. Looking hella strong. Look at that back test of your 20-day. Full on red to green reversal. Very impressive. Serve Robotics trying to firm up as well. Let's look at Bitfarms here. Yeah, Bitfarms is not looking too bad as well. Trying to see a little bit of strength. Interesting. Snapchat has almost turned green. Ethereum's still struggling immensely here. How is BMNR doing today? Funny to see BMNR is kind of participating with, it's kind of neck and neck with Ethereum. Interesting. Let's throw an Amazon here. Dixie's still weak. Nvidia is trying to curl up. Wow, Ericsson came out of nowhere. Ticker ERIC, Ericsson. Make it onto the high volume list, up 17.5% here. I didn't even see that gap up on earnings. That's pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. NUAI still trying to push here to the upside. A little bit of a trend. Trying at least. Surfer's got an LAC $10 calls for October 17th. Let's take a peek. Yeah, so again, you got the momentum on your side. Daily chart pattern not looking terrible. Um, yeah, this name could hit that today if it catches that. If the market firms up some more, that name could definitely hit that today. Interesting. It's very aggressive, but hey, you know what? That'll pay off pretty big if it hits that. Let's look at some of these other names here real quick. Let's look at MP here. I want to look at some of these leading commodities. MP Materials still holding steady. Bloom Energy still holding quite steady. CRML, wow, still holding steady. It's still struggling here near the lows of its tape, underperforming your major indices. CRML looks interesting here. Looks like CRML is going to try to squeeze for another intraday breakout here at the top of its little wedge pattern here, but CRML could also squeeze, guys. SPY is catching that bid as we speak. INVZ is starting to squeeze, guys. position in a ticker that has a lot of daily chart consolidation, upside momentum on all time frames. INVZ, guys, what a monster right now. Holy moly, look at this squeeze up 8.26% and ripping. Nvidia now catching a really decent bid. Market's looking full bull right now, full bull. SPY's ripping. Dollar Tree still surging, AMD's still rocketing. Energy stocks looking a little bit better. Honestly, Sarf, if this is gonna go where I think it's gonna go, all I can say is much higher. Much higher. We need to get through this area right now. There's a little bit of resistance. SPY new high of day. One could argue it's a W formation forming. I think we could get to $5-6 between there on INVZ. $5 to $6. Again, there's a few resistance points along the way, but if, just if we take a look at this bull flag that they're trying to break out of, you can see 279 as a near-term target. That could happen fairly quickly based off of a bullish breakout. Yeah, it would be 100. It could squeeze. INVZ, you're seeing quite a bit of momentum in your LiDAR stocks, autonomous driving, so it's speculative, it's low priced, market cap's fairly low. It's very risky trading this company, considering it still has negative EPS, not profitable, so it's a highly speculative trade, right? But I think there's a big push in the autonomous driving, along with autonomous robotics. Just getting a phone call, guys. Give me a sec. Seeing that dollar at the lows, guys. Markets are still looking somewhat strong, although you did have a 5-minute hard volume reversal candle there on the S&P. You're probably going to start to sweep and take out that high. INVS is still up 8.26% and squeezing. Pretty crazy move. Starbucks still green and face acting well. Chipotle still doing well. Ethereum back above 4,000. So you're seeing a little bit of strength creeping back into crypto stocks. Market still holding positivity and technical structure. INVZ going for a bit more of a breakout. What a candle there. That is filthy. You still have weakness in your stocks, guys. So the market is kind of slightly limited here with the weakness in your semis. You can see the SOXX is still kind of in no man's land. It's about a down 1.32%, still kind of about a 50% retrace zone, struggling to get above that point of control. So semis are still seeing some sell side pressure. If they firm up, the market can rip, but they're going to need to help this market in order for SPY to make its next breakout leg here. Your semis need a push here. That's crazy. Look how strong that dollar tree is. Filthy. Filthy move. How's Domino's doing? DPZ still acting quite well. Oh my God, look at Domino's. That was a huge dip and then rip. That's crazy. Let's look at the Russell here. Russell's still outperforming across the board. Looking like it wants to break out. S&P 500 is trying to push to the green side, guys. Craziness, eh? This market is making a full bull reversal. Still have a lot of stocks that are red, but Markets are trying here. Let's look at JP Morgan. Look at that bounce. Wells Fargo. WFC. Yeah, Wells Fargo is just a beast as well today. Pretty much lifting the financials. Let's look at Citigroup. Look at that SPY candle, guys. Holy moly. What a monster. Those 663 zeros are going to get us in the money here, guys. This is what a reversal in the tape here. Oh, that's crazy. Who would have known? Should have just full ported those Lotto 663s. Could have retired. Amazon, what a monster breakout as well, guys. Huge move. Looks like they want to take SPY green. Yep, Maria's saying wow SPX. I agree. That's okay. Yeah, BBAI, I got stopped out for a loss. I closed that a few minutes ago, probably about a half hour ago. Yeah, it wicked me out. If you're still in it, I mean, TP target is up there, but I took a $150 loss on that trade. So, win some, you lose some. But yeah, they swept me. They swept me. The whole market's still looking strong though. Holy moly. I'd be shocked if we get our 663 zero DTEs in the money. That would be nasty. Nasty good. Venkat is in SPY puts now. Be very careful. Seeing a lot of momentum. Look at Amazon, guys. Holy, our 663 calls are ripping, guys. Absolutely ripping. That's just crazy. All right, guys, I closed my 663 calls there on SPY. Close those lottos. Close them at $1. I'm also going to move my stop loss up on Amazon. Crazy. We're seeing Webull trying to make a little bit of a push here intraday. If this can break this bear consolidation, they're going to try to take a green again. All right, guys, I'm going to be back. I just have to take the dog out here briefly and grab some lunch. Getting a bit hungry. What a full-on beast mode, guys. This market is a tank. Absolute tank, guys. Everything is breaking out to the high side. I mean, look at those Amazon calls that were in off of the open as well. SPY ended up getting those 663 calls in the money. That's a filthy, filthy move. Quite impressive. This market, once again, boom. The bulls are ripping us. We still have a lot of stocks that are red. So, I mean, I could only imagine if we continue to push here, this market is going to be a beast. Ton of resistance at this point of control. I would not be surprised, but this market, believe it or not, could still push higher, guys, off of this move today. Again, you might get initial selling, but this type of a strength day in the market, we could still see more upside, believe it or not. Webull's trying to get going now as well. Energy stocks are trying to make a move. Craziness. Yep, Pal in a few minutes. Look at this dollar cratering, guys. DXY absolutely getting slapped right back down. Nastiness. Nasty. That supports the market here, guys. That supports the market. Pretty much sums up Powell's speech there. So basically, Powell mentioning that economic policy is getting a little bit looser, easing the balance sheet. Thank you for that little headline there, Peter. Nevertheless, markets are liking this aspect of Powell softening his stance on monetary policy, quantitative easing, cutting the balance sheet, reducing rates still. Really the same talk. There's still some underlying risks in the labor market. Again, short term, algos will love this. They'll pump this market up. Longer term or medium term, there's still some underlying risks in the market. Nevertheless, you've seen Amazon still continue. SPY making a huge push. What a monster day. Live trading, nice profits today secured. A few different swing trade positions that we accumulated. It's been a good trading session. Let's see if we can still push this market higher. I'd love to see Amazon 220 calls in the money today. That would be incredible. That would be incredible. Looking at some other stocks, Ouster guys, OUST absolutely flying to the high side here. INVZ absolutely printing to the high side. You got Nvidia ripping now. Crazy session across some individual names. Look at INVZ. INVZ now attempting a bit of a intraday hourly chart breakout, looking pretty filthy. Chevron, CVX looking pretty strong here. Crude oil has made a really sharp move off of the lows, so energy stocks are catching a pretty serious bid here, guys. Pretty serious bid. Yeah, we've taken some nice profits this morning. We've taken profits on Dollar Tree, our first trim, netting over 100% gain. We closed our UVXY put hedge pretty much near the lows of the session. That's done a full round trip yet again. Markets should see maybe a little bit of selling, but still a very tough tape. They're getting some positive price action across the board. Again, crude oil is trying to firm up here on the overall session. QQQ is still negative. SPY is positive. Russell up 0.9%. Tesla still down about 0.95, Meta down 0.5, Google ripping up 1, Apple still slightly negative, Nvidia down 2.4, Microsoft down 0.25, Amazon down 0.77, IWM is still surging to the upside here. Yep, bullish until proven otherwise. Again, if we look at where we're trading, guys, we're still trading underneath a key resistance, hourly chart EMA 113. Notice on the SPY chart here, that was our previous support level. We broke above that EMA down here in September, traded well above it, retested it, it was defended, then we really traded above it up until that Friday sell-off, right? Friday was when we actually breached it, violated it, then we bounced tremendously when the bond market was closed. Then we came back down today. Now we're back testing that same area that saw rejection. So it's a big area for the market. It's a really big area. Amazon new high of day, still squeezing this market. Crazy price session. All right, resistance there. This is a shortable level, but I would be more inclined to wait till we swept prior day high. It looks like they're going to try to sweep that prior day high. That would trigger a lot of shorts to cover at this high volume reversal zone. It would also start to pile in a lot more of those investors that have been taking profits. So I'm expecting a prior day high sweep. That should be potentially a little bit of a short zone. But there's quite a lot of bullish intraday charts for a variety of names. But we just got to keep our eye on our semiconductors. There's still a little bit of an undertone of bearish weakness in your Qs and your semis. You know, Nvidia is still down 2.3. That's always a concern for the market. It's kind of like a dead weight if it fails to firm up. But it's acting quite well. Nvidia, it is trying to make a little bit of a push here. Gold up 0.6. Yields are still soft. 2 and 10-year yield down. Bitcoin still under 113, down 2.3, but trying to firm up. JP Morgan still negative on the session, down 1.14, but that's well off of its lows. Open door, nice session, up 4.75. Ethereum has firmed up, well off of the lows, but still down. Natural gas got slapped right back down, guys, so this is good to see. I would love to see nat gas break down some more. Chop it lower, nat gas. Chop it lower. Nat gas did make a nice decline there, new low of day. A little bit of a bearish undertone in nat gas as well. Looks like a bit of a lowercase h pattern trying to play out for nat gas. Did you kiss? You did kiss that 20-day moving average just slightly. Hmm. PayPal's turned green. Still quite a lot of stocks that are red, guys, on the session. But markets are trying certainly to firm up here. What is happening here? I just put that alert. What the fuck just happened on that gas? Did it dump? No, didn't dump there. Markets are still full beast. Again, the only shortable level that I see is a pierce of prior day high. That is the shortable level on SPY, guys. It's very aggressive. It's risky. Markets are in full-blown bullish trend intraday, making a red to green reversal. But there could be a scalp short as once we sweep this high. I'm gonna look at some SPY put options, guys. Amazon's still pushing here. Nope, not yet. Needs to take out prior day high. Needs to sweep this high pivot. And it's risky. I'm going to look at 663 0 DTEs. Again, size it accordingly as usual. All right, we're piercing that high. SPY trying to push here and trend. Big squeeze here. No, he's done. Well, he's pretty much given his speech. I don't know if there's Q&A. I do know he's live, or was live. But he's pretty much said what he's needed to say. Really nothing changed from his FOMC stance. Amazon's still trying to rip here, guys. Crazy. So you did sweep that high there. You swept that prior day high on SPY. Starting to come in just a little bit. SPY's still trying to get going here. Great high risk, guys. I just started a short in SPY, 0DT 663 puts. Got filled at 48 cents. High risk. Please size it for loss. The market is in a little bit of a squeeze mode. Just 1 second, I'm getting a phone call, guys. So SPY zeros. It's still acting quite well. Amazon's still squeezing. Nvidia's got a little bit of top wick distribution. You have the dollar still trying to hold 99 bucks. A lot of stocks are still holding technical strength intraday. S&P 500 is still trying to trend through that prior day high. Still acting very well intraday. It's holding quite steady. Markets are in full-fledged grind mode. A lot of stocks are continuing to see some strength. Although Nvidia starting to get a little bit of top wick selling, you still have weakness in Meta, Tesla, Nvidia, Amazon, Microsoft. Amazon's had an extraordinary bounce, looking like it wants to go green. We've traded that one off of the lows. Microsoft also trying to go green. Apple, Google, nice session. JP Morgan still a little bit weaker on the session. Interesting. Let's look at JPM. How are financials doing today? JP Morgan still acting well, trying to bounce. SPY starting to come in a little bit. Nvidia seeing some distribution. Your dollar's trying to find a little bit of a local low. SPY still trying to hold that PDH level like a champ. Come on down. Come on down. Come on down, SPY. Just a little bit more. Come on. Keep her going. Keep her going. Come on, a little bit more. Yeah, Chipotle's breaking out. We're long. We're long. We've been sitting on Chipotle commons for a few weeks now, but in the money now on our common shares. All right, we're up 25%, pushing 30% on these puts. Come on. Hit TP1. I'll look to trim half. Come on. Keep seeing some distribution. I'd love to see a retest of this point of control, guys. Come on. A little bit more, SPY. A little bit more. Seeing NVIDIA get some heavy 10-minute selling. SPY is starting to come in a little bit. We're up 20 cents a contract here, guys. Come on, SPY. A little bit more. Market's still acting quite well. Bit of a 1-minute candle bounce starting. Come on, flush into that TP1. NVIDIA's still looking a little heavy. Your dollar's trying to bounce a little bit. Come on, TP1's almost there. Come on. We're just pushing about 40% on these puts. Come on, a little bit more, SPY. SPY's bouncing here, though. Come on. I'm going to look to trim half into that TP1 zone. Come on, we're up just over 40%. Come on, SPY. I'm going to manage my trade now with a break-even stop loss. I'm not going to let these contracts go against me. Again, I got 10 contracts short. 663 puts, 48 cents a contract. 10 contracts at 48 cents. I'll look to trim 5 of them into the TP1 level. Come on. Keep going. Come on. Pushing up 46%, 47%. Come on. Come on. A little bit more, SPY. Hard candle down. Give it to us. Give it to us. They're trying to stabilize a little bit. Come on, SPY. A little more JP Morgan selling. NVIDIA still selling. You got Amazon coming in. So financials are seeing a little bit of distribution here. SPY's almost at our first level. We are pushing 50% on these puts. Come on. Give me a little bit more. Alright guys, I just trimmed half of my SPY contracts there. Half of my SPY contracts at 81 cents. Locking in gains. Beautiful little trade. Stop at break even. Beautiful. That was a clinical little trade, guys. Alright, so a nice 70% gain there on SPY puts first trim. Hopefully you all caught that. Alright, next target is TP2 down here, right before that point of control volume shelf. Alright, so nice profits secured there. Trade is risk-free. Shamit, you caught that, Shamit? Nice job. Alright, we've crushed it. So, I mean, we traded calls off the lows. We've shorted the highs here. We took profits on Amazon. A good session. The only one that chopped me up was BBAI. But we could still go a little bit lower here, guys. SPY is going to see a bit of buy the dippers trying to come in, but I still think we could retest that big point of control level. That's your aggressive long level off of this 663 Pierce zone. That is your aggressive long level. Come on down, S&P. Chop it lower. And again, I telegraphed that trade. Gave a lot of people ample warning. I said, let's wait for a liquidity sweep of prior day high. We were patient. Everyone should have been able to catch that. Contracts are ripping here, guys. Ripping. Look at that. Holy moly. Almost pushing 100% here. Come on. Come on, S&P. Rip it. Rip it down. Rip it down. Rip it down. JP Morgan's still looking heavy. Nvidia trying to stabilize on the 10-minute chart. And again, guys, please hit that like button. That was a nice trade. That was a beautiful trade. What's funny is they're still keeping these put options pretty expensive, which is almost telling me that maybe we want to go lower. That's very peculiar. The bounces on these contracts usually soften them up quite a bit, but they're still keeping them pretty expensive. Interesting. Interesting. So I would just be careful if you're long, guys. If you're long certain names, they could we still could go a little bit lower here. They are trying to stabilize it though. Let's look at Chipotle again for Sarfraz here. Yeah, Chipotle is definitely broken out. It's a nice daily chart breakout. Huge green candle to the upside. Big bounce on SPY trying to occur here, guys. Again, I'm just maintaining a break even. Half the contracts were secured in profit, 70% gain. So don't let the short go against you and lose money, but that was a nice clean pullback. They could easily keep trending this market higher. They could easily keep trending it. I would have expected a pullback back to our point of control since we broke out above it and really never retested. I mean, this was a minor retest. I still think that they should retest it, but this market is still in full bullish mode intraday. We just threaded the needle on a little bit of a short trade there, but they could easily push this market higher. You know, the Qs have yet to go green, so if they push the Qs green, then you all know SPY's likely going higher as well. All right, INVZ still trying to make a move, seeing a little bit of top wick distribution. Nike almost making that red to green reversal. AMD still a beast today. One-way freight train to the upside. Your VIX is getting faded here, guys. UVXY is definitely getting sold into. Nice session for, look at Western Union. This ticker's quietly climbing under the radar of people, guys, but breaking out intraday on the hourly chart. So WU, Western Union, it's got that W formation. Western Union looking pretty good. Again, I'm already long that name, common shares, off the 788 area. Looking to press that, but it looks like that double bottom should hold on Western Union. Should hold. I was hoping for a bigger pullback in this ENVX. We've traded this one nicely. I want to let that 20-day moving average catch up, but acting quite well. DKNG trying to firm up. Boeing. Boeing holding that EMA. Got Pepsi here again. Pepsi acting very well as well. Coke probably doing well. McDonald's is probably doing well. Coke is trying to break out daily chart. McDonald's, what is MCD doing? MCD is, wow. Whoa, man, that's filthy. Celsius, let's look at Cell H. Yeah, Celsius also holding some bullish price action. Snowflake. Jesus. This symbiotic is crazy. Symbiotic is one of the stronger stocks in the market. Filthy. All right, guys, I'm going to grab some lunch. But good job if you caught that SPY short with us. Again, almost stopped me out there at break even on the rest of the contracts, but netting a nice amount of profit off of that TP1 zone. So it's been a great day trading today. Lots of profits secured, a couple profits secured on the swing trade side. And we'll see if they want to trend this market into the rest of the session here. But I'm expecting a little bit of chop and consolidation and then maybe an end of day breakout. I think that they could keep this market pinned in this tight range, burn some theta, and maybe we get that end of day either push or drop. So I think that there's going to be probably a big move into the end of the day. But give the market the benefit of the doubt. It's still holding higher highs, higher lows. You're above your point of control, so technically if you retest that zone, that is a bullish backtest and buy zone. Couple of key considerations is as the market's been trending up, you've had crude oil soften, but crude oil over the last couple hours has started to firm up off of the lows, only down 1% now. And then simultaneously, as the market has firmed up as well, you've had the dollar completely implode. I mean, you look at the dollar here at the highs, and at 8.50 this morning, it was at 99.46, and it's just been a one-way, pretty much an inverse move. So you look at the ticker on the chart, and basically SPY started its session when the dollar was up here. So the gap down on SPY looked like the dollar was trying to break out. Dollar got faded, SPY ended up pushing. Dollar's trying to firm up, so we'll see if that can push up here intraday. It might hinder the markets from moving in the near term. The markets might have to consolidate a little bit more. So again, just be careful because we've had a big move. That was the trade off of the lows. Nice trender, which we caught. A little bit of a scalp short off that extension move. I'm not expecting too much volatility for the next little bit of this lunch hour, unless we get some sort of FOMC jargon rhetoric or some sort of tape bomb. But just be careful, they could keep us pinned a little bit. I'd be surprised if they try to break this high pivot in the next, say, 30 minutes. So, but again, market's still looking very strong. All right, guys, I'm just going to grab some lunch and do some insider trading review, but we'll be back live commentary for Power Hour. I'll probably be back sooner. I'm just gonna do some. Just gonna grab some food though. Hungry, 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 hungry. Saying please don't leave. I'll be back. I'll be back for sure. Again, technically this is another shortable level on SPY. Keep your stops tight if you are, but maybe we get a lower high. Let's see if they want to keep us range bound here. Okay, we'll be right back. Nvidia is seeing some hard selling, guys. You're looking at Nvidia, it is coming in quite sharply. Guys, we are seeing the S&P losing that priority high. You're seeing Amazon getting sold into, Nvidia looking pretty bearish here. So the markets are a little bit vulnerable right now. You're seeing quite a bit of mega cap tech coming under some near-term pressure. So just keep that in mind. Keep that in mind, please. Yeah. I agree. It does look like a nice short. Again, Nvidia is still breaking down here, guys, just a little bit. Not looking too good. A little bit of news. You do have Trump speaking. Because Nvidia is getting pretty, starting to really weigh on this market. started. We're seeing Webull getting a really big squeeze here. They're taking Webull positives. Nice accumulation volume bars. It's been slowly increasing the volume over the last 50 minutes to an hour, but Webull starting to squeeze and potentially break out into prior day high. This is one that's been lagging throughout the course of the whole market, but it's into a really big support level. I would be kind of shocked if it doesn't start to move up and maybe even trade it in a world of its own here. But Webull starting to catch a little bit of volume and liquidity. Let's see if they can give it a little bit of an uptick and bump. SPY's trying to move here. IWM did print a new high of day 249 on deck for the Russell, coming into potentially the 249.50 zone. 250 is really decent resistance. Webull trying to push here. Catching some more volume. Nice 10-minute volume break on Webull. Webull could squeeze all the way up to $12 today if we get a late day pump. Z continues to remain in absolute beast mode. Up on the session just over 11.4%, and this came from a deeply negative price point. Quite crazy. OUST absolutely squeezing to the upside. There is a clear thematic trade that is going on here. Very, very clear. Let's look at Robinhood. Robinhood is still down slightly on the session, down by 1.91%, curling to the downside. Let's look at Palantir. Palantir also still just off of the highs, but acting pretty decently. Your IWM is still in full beast mode here. Not everything is rallying today. Your S&P 500 is just battling at that prior day high. You really have been muted. And that's what I said earlier on around that 1 o'clock time frame. I said, don't be surprised if they just chop SPY in a very tight range. And that's exactly what we did. So hopefully I saved you some theta burn. Now's the time where SPY should get a bigger directional break. To be honest, I'm not really sure which way it's going to go. S&P has had a really big move. You want to give the bulls the benefit of the doubt, but decent resistance level here. Very, very decent. I'm looking at clues for the IWM. IWM still remains tactfully bullish, holding up quite well. Your dollar still remains super duper weak on the session. Webull still seeing quite a bit of volume off of that prior day high level. It's trying to firm up just a little bit. Open Door Technologies is moving up quite nicely. Russell is still squeezing Look at this ouster go, guys. Holy moly. What an absolute filthy beast. Look at that breakout on the daily chart. We have some momentum squeezing. Squeeze, 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 ouster. Here comes Weeble. Weeble trying to catch that bid as well. Look at SPY gunning for its 7-day moving average, which is sitting at 666.61. SPY trying to press for its 7-day MA. Can it get it? Will it do it? Volume coming in on Weeble, guys. Volume is coming in on Weeble. Breaching that high of day. Pump it. Rip it. Rip it, rip it, rip it. Russell still remaining super duper strong. Weeble is in for a little bit of a squeeze here. IWM still trying to push higher. You got Nvidia still softening, down 3.4%. Nvidia is curling down right now. Webull gaining momentum. Softening up just a little bit more here. S&P just kind of chopping around, really going nowhere. IWM still holding steady. Nat gas down 1.7. UVXY is up 2.61%. Both the 10 and the 2 are soft on the session. Dollar turned negative. Gold still at 0.92. Crude oil down 1%. Dow Jones Industrial Average up 0.83. SPY up 0.27. QQQ just slightly negative. Russell outperforming. That's almost up 2%. Amazon down 1.2, Microsoft's just slightly green, Nvidia down 3.4, lagging today. Apple slightly green up 0.14, Google up 0.66, Meta down 0.56, Tesla almost down 1%. JP Morgan down 1.62, but significantly off of the lows. Financials are kind of mixed with some outperformance in Citigroup and Wells Fargo. Netflix just barely negative. Carvana having a decent day today. Still seeing an influx of volume into this vicinity. Acting quite well. Mr. Go, guys. I can't believe this. Look at this name just absolutely printing to the high side here. Up now 15.67%. Ouster is just an absolute machine. If you don't know what Ouster does, I suggest you look into its LiDAR technologies and partnerships. But Ouster is just ripping right now. Absolutely flying to the high side. We sent out that member alert at 32.11 to go long. And oh my God, that thing has just been ripping. Your S&P 500 is still going nowhere. Your Russell 2000 is squeezing new high of day, almost tapping 249.50. The high print on the Russell is 249.41. So your IWM is still continuously squeezing to the upside, acting very, very well. CODI, CODI, trying to make a little bit of a move higher here into power hour. So ticker CODI, triggering a little bit of a bullish breakout intraday. Chart pattern still looks poised for quite a bit more upside. I think $10 is your next feasible target. Again, we've been long off the 680 level. This is now starting to gain some high volume interest. KSS hasn't really gone anywhere, but potentially setting up a little bit of a short squeeze. It's got a lot of work to do, but a lot of work to do. But we could wake up to another short squeeze event in that name. Let's look at our dollar tree again. Still consolidating, looking like it's going to break out yet again. Let's look at BA. Boeing still hovering up 0.26%. Okay. Silver still down 1%, but that's bounced quite sharply. Good industrials, guys. XLI up 1.5% on the session. Huge mover today. Healthcare, seeing a nice bullish reversal. Look at this XLF candle. Oh, what an absolute insane candle. Staples have done really, really well today. XLP breaking to the high side on the back of Walmart strength. Crazy chart on Walmart. Costco looking pretty decent. S&P still stuck under prior day high. Russell 2000 just made a new high of day. CVX still acting well. Let's look at utilities. XLU. XLU ripping to the high side again. BlackBerry is quietly grinding, guys, to the positive side here intraday. It's also had another bullish reversal back to the high side. So it gapped down this morning, was under quite a bit of pressure, and it's quietly made a nice bullish reversal. Same thing with Nike. Nike gapped down this morning, quietly grinding, positive on the session. You look at Serve Robotics. This was another name. Pretty much everything that gapped down today had epic reversals. So Serve Robotics pumping to the high side again, looking like it's poised and ready to continue to surge. Let's look at SoFi here. Yeah, SoFi looking decent. How's PayPal doing? PYPL, also another bullish reversal. Snapchat. So you're seeing a lot of dip buying coming into the picture. Snapchat's still just consolidating a little bit. Schlumberger trying to make a little bit of a push. All right, guys, IWM is hitting a little bit of a resistance trend line. Tough one to short since it could be in for a bit of a squeeze. I mean, it's a really tough short. I wouldn't be trading 0 DTEs. I'd probably be swinging some puts for tomorrow if you're looking to short, or at the end of the week would probably be better. What a candle though on that IWM. What a candle. Caleb, your 250 levels coming up on the Russell. Fast and furious. Fast and furious. Wow, look at Ouster go, guys. Look at Weeble squeezing. Ouster squeezing. Remembers I just trimmed Ouster OUST, another small trim. Took 50% profits on Ouster calls. Still writing a few more contracts, and we got a ton of time left on the clock. So nice job trading Ouster today. That trade absolutely printed from our entry. It just went straight parabolic. Wonderful job if you took that with us. TDOC back to that $9 area. Let's look at TDOC. Missed the entry around that $8 area. Yeah, nice move on TDOC. Very good move for sure. Solid price action. Okay, so it was a very good session for myself. I've taken quite a bit of profits from the market, from calls on the morning session on SPY to put options to UVXY calls that we closed out to OUST call options that we closed out to Dollar Tree call options that we closed out. So continuing to extract some profits from the market. I'm very happy to see a nice green day today, both on the swing trading and day trading front. This Dollar Tree looks like it wants to press even higher. So we have some runners on the table. I'd love to see this Webull start to climb back to 13 bucks. Again, another day where they sold Webull in the morning and then pushed it up intraday. You're continuously seeing afternoon accumulation, which is a positive sign. I would watch the CODI after hours, guys. Apparently, there's some sort of a FinTwit space that's gonna pump this up in the after hours. Again, we're already long off the 680 level, so and we've taken quite a bit of profits in this name already. Still have a ton of time into our end of year $10 calls, but keep Cody on watch because if there's a Furu space that pumps it up, that would be helpful. Again, that trade is risk-free. We entered pretty early down here at 680, but we'll see what type of action it gets in the after hours. We are seeing a little bit of a dip here into the end of this day, final 28 minutes of the session. SPY starting to come in a little bit. Still holding above this point of control, which is kind of your bullish area. NVIDIA 10-minute chart is looking a little bit dicey, I would say. It's starting to potentially want to trigger a head and shoulders formation. So NVIDIA looking a little bit bearish intraday. What else we got going on? Joby had a stellar day. That's up 9%. Really strong move. Data Vault up 30. Intel down 2, but off of its lows. RR making it onto the high volume list. That's up 8.2. Wow. Lithium Americas Corp up 17.6%. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy for sure. Yeah, LAC is nuts. You're writing $10 calls, right? I think you called that out earlier. If I remember that, Sarf, you're in $10 calls? Was it for, I think you took, nice. Oh, you're printing then. I think it was end of week, right? October 17th, $10? Beast mode, nice call out there. Beautiful. All right, your S&P is starting to come in here just a bit more. Ouster is still squeezing, guys. Look at Ouster, 36.73, up 18.2%. This thing is an absolute beast. I hope you guys took those calls with me, because that thing is printing. I mean, holy moly. What a breakout today. If it can break out on the weekly chart, that would be crazy. All right, your Russell's coming in a little bit. SPY coming in just a touch. Look at that. LIDR breaking out to the high of day. INVZ ripping. NVIDIA's starting to sell a little bit more, guys. NVIDIA's coming in. Heavier selling in NVIDIA. S&P 500 and Qs could be vulnerable. QQQ. Back to the dark side. Look at the dump on SPY. Dumping it. NVIDIA cracking. Market getting smoked here. Holy, backtesting point of control. That is a nasty little dump. Don't know if there's news that came out. But that was filthy. Look at your Russell 2000 coming in from the highs. Yikes. IWM getting smacked to the downside here. Filthy declines across the board in your equity markets. That is just downright filthy. Look at that IWM candle down, guys. That is just downright dirty. They did it dirty. They did it dirty on them. Nvidia still selling. IWM just got wrecked. Absolutely wrecked, guys. Still getting heavy. That was filthy. Freaking candles are moving so sharply it doesn't even want to populate my screen here. We are still rolling here on the Russell. Russell just had a huge fall from grace. 240 out. Whoa! Look at the fall, guys. We just entered put options at the high of the Russell chart there. That was nasty. Yeah, that worked out phenomenally well. Look at that. Beautiful entry on our put options, guys. SPY right now getting absolutely crushed. The whole market got crushed there. That's for sure. That was a hard dump. Is there news? I don't know if there's news or something. Nastiness. That was filthy. That must be news. Anyone have news, guys? Let me know. Feel free to post in the chat. Must be a news candle. Getting gobbled up pretty quickly here. That was a crazy dump. Who's speaking right now? I think there's a Fed member. Is it Waller speaking? I think Waller's speaking, guys. Look at this entry on our IWM puts. That was insane. Again, we'll see how much of a bid it gets here into the end of the session, but losing that point of control is bearish. Closing above it is still bullish. Look at that hard dump on the Russell. Damn, a little bit of a 10-minute topping tail. Getting smoked. Your S&P is still trying to defend that POC. No real movement in your dollar. Just some mega cap tech weakness. SPY goes back to the negative side. QQQ still down 0.43. IWM still up 1.5%. Crazy little sell there. It's amazing how they just pull the rug. They can keep us chopping around for so long, making it seem like there's bullish consolidation, and then they just rug pull it and trap in all that liquidity, eh? Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Nvidia triggering a bit of a 10-minute head and shoulders formation, guys, intraday. So Nvidia looking pretty weak right now. You got Amazon down 1.7, Microsoft back to the dark side down 0.3, Nvidia down 3.86, Apple still slightly green, Google still slightly green, Meta down 1.2, and Tesla down 1.7. Market is certainly in for a little bit of troublesome price action here as we are melting even lower. You think Trump tweeted? Well, wouldn't surprise me. What's he saying? China escalations, tariffs? Who the heck knows? But that is a filthy little decline. Damn, our put options were perfect this go around on that SPY trade. Just ripping. Alright, so if they flush it into 660, guys, I will trim half of my SPY contracts short. That's crazy. Who would have known I didn't need so much time on my contracts? This is what happens when the VIX is elevated, guys. This is exactly what happens when the VIX is elevated. They're going to flush this market. If we take out this low pivot, they're going to flush this market, guys. It's looking filthy. Nvidia coming in hard, guys. They are selling the behemoth hard and fast. Oh, SPY is in trouble here, guys. Your S&P 500 coming in hard right now. Look at your S&P. Nastiness. IWM is holding fairly steady. Beautiful entry on our put options there, guys. What am I talking about? That's what I'm talking about. We literally shorted the high of IWM right at that 10-minute candle. SPY puts are ripping. All right, 660 puts could get in the money. All right, members, I'm going to look to trim half of my 660 puts in the money here. That's crazy. Didn't think I would need to, but took half of my SPY puts off the table. My 660s, guys. That was a nice chunk there. I sent out the alert. Beautiful. Still riding those Russells. Look at this move down, ladies and gents. Absolutely bloodbath. I would trim a little bit of profits, but keep some runners. I'm keeping I've still got 3 contracts short. I just took 3 contracts off the table for my SPY puts, the 660s for November. So within the next 13 minutes, yeah, what a trading day is, right? Amazing session, Sarf. Crazy volatility. This is what we live for, right? When the VIX is elevated, we Yeah, it's nuts. It's been a beautiful session. SPY's still looking heavy. So right now, structurally speaking, guys, we've had a little bit of a bearish break through that volume control zone. Not a good sign for tomorrow. Not a good sign. Yeah, that's why you trim some profits, right? I'm swinging put options. So you probably got my alert, Caleb. So if you, like I said, if you want to take some profits, take some profits. You don't go broke from taking profits. That's why I trim my SPY puts. I'm still swinging my IWMs. I got lots of time, so my timing is a little bit more than yours. You took Friday expiry, I took November 7th, so I'm swinging them. IWM is very extended still. It's almost like you did another liquidity grab, fake breakout, so to speak. Um, wouldn't be surprised if IWM retraces this move tomorrow, especially considering SPY is losing this volume control into the end of the day here. Not a healthy sign. You put them on a bit before my alert? Oh, that's okay. You're probably still in green. Yeah, we took IWM puts right on this candle here, right into that nice upsloping resistance. Heavy volume down here. I mean, it's still an impressive market bounce today. It's been very impressive actually. So nice four winning swing trades in the options group. And then we also caught a monster amount of day trades from the morning session. So it's been really good. It's been a really good trading session, guys, here. I like it. Let's look at that VIX here into the end of the session here. All right, they could keep selling this S&P 500. You look at this VIX, and VIX is trying to get going again, guys. Your VIX is trying to get going again. Crazy. IWM still coming in a little bit. You had your semiconductor bear ETF explode higher, almost trying to get above prior day high. It's up 6.53%, your SOXS. Intel back down 4.5. You see SPY's just sitting right on a little bit of that channel that we had drawn for quite a while. They are trying to facelift it again. A close above this point of control is somewhat bullish. Close below is somewhat bearish. Still quite a bit of pockets of strength in the market across the board. But yeah, it's been really solid. Nat gas still down 1.7. Bitcoin still struggling a touch here. We look at crude oil. Crude oil still coming in off of that fall. Intel's still struggling immensely. LAC, your $10 calls are in the money, Sarf. You taking profits or what? Did you take profits on your LAC calls? So I'm tempted to short it. To be honest, the markets still look kind of heavy here into the end of the day. Really see what Nvidia wants to do. Energy stocks are catching a bit of a bid. Nvidia is still looking so heavy here, guys. Look at Nvidia. They are flushing it into the lows. So I don't know, man. They could still push this market lower. The resiliency is holding, but look at Nvidia breaking down here, looking like it wants to sweep those lows, guys. That is some heavy selling. Be careful with SPY here. Be very careful. They're really hurting the Qs. QQQ falling pretty sharply here with Nvidia selling. Impressive relative strength. SPY's holding as the world's largest company is flushing here. Nvidia under 180, going for a potential low of day. Looks like a bear flag, lowercase h pattern. It's now into its gap window. So this is the troublesome thing for the market, is that Nvidia could gap down tomorrow. I don't like the fact that SPY's underneath that point of control. It has 4 minutes left to kind of firm up and really get itself back above that volume shelf. But Nvidia coming in heavy, 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 heavy. OUST pretty much back to the highs. SPY still holding here. Russell 2000 trying to bounce, retesting 248. Dollar Tree still ripping. Oh. Take it easy, Caleb. You too. IWM is seeing some distribution back under 248. So again, wonderful profits today secured in the live day trading room, guys. Great job day trading. Great job swing trading in the options group. Nice amount of profits on Ouster, Dollar Tree, SPY put options. That was a clinical short that we literally entered the perfect timing. Amazing. Again, I highly suggest you guys take a look at LiDAR stocks. It seems to be a big thematic trade idea that is starting to catch a lot of attention. LiDAR stocks. Nice bounce on your S&P 500. IWM still softening here. You got Tesla down 1.75. Big bounce there on the S&P. All right, guys, that is the market session. Take care, everybody. Hopefully, you're able to make some profit today. Nevertheless, amazing job. I'm up a couple grand in the account today with the profits, so always nice to end the day on a good note. Other than that, we will see you all tomorrow, guys. Take care.